Hey everyone, we may as well get started stuff here. It's not a bit late, but it's just how it is, you know? This two jobs thing just really restricts how much free time I have to get anything done. It's definitely rough. But I love game dev, streaming. Sleep is overrated anyway. Anyone who says different, nobody likes him, right? That's what I heard. All those up, you can tell the Discord. I'm done. I had to keep a link handy for Poppet Quest on Steam, so I don't have to keep finding it over and over. Probably a good idea. But I have emojis on my own thing. That's right, I actually added emojis too, Kick. Oh, whatever. I forgot to actually put some up on there. And now for the last one. That's from 1 day ago. Wait, did I get the right link? Oh, you might have put the wrong link in there. Nice. Oh, that's the right link, okay. I was like, wow. I clicked my thing, there was like already 6 likes. I was like, hey, wait a minute. No, 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 that's the other stream. Not, you know, the current one. In my perfect world, it would be the current one too. But if I achieve that level of popularity, it will definitely be not today. Hey, Killer Cutie. How goes it? Okay, I have everything set up finally. I'm so tired. But I do still love me some game dev. I need my to-do list. So yesterday I replaced all these at the very end with the new cards here. So they match the others, so I don't have to make a bunch of custom tarot cards, because I don't know at what point I want to do the additional work for that too, you know? Like, in my perfect world of infinite time, neat, but... It's not this world, that's for certain. If only. If only. Guess I should fix the Anyzon bug. What are you up to, Killer Cutie? Exciting stuff? Might go look at the shop information. You know what? I mean, you could be like a spy for all I know, and just, you know, doing some sort of like, you know, traveling the world and everything. Taking out targets in the meantime, just occasionally showing up in chat and saying things. You could do that. I mean, it's possible. I mean, it doesn't seem the most likely, but it's not impossible. We need a list of all the things that are spawned in. Do I have a spawn array? I do. But where is the spawn array called? Are we using the same thing, or should I have a shop spawn array? Spawn stuff graph, okay. Probably not. Practicing speaking, memorizing Lendell's Oath. Fair. It's definitely not easy, but at the same time, I kind of built it all, so I know what's going on, and I've been building it over like 16 months. So over time, it's gotten easier because I built it. But I also forget things that I've worked on because it's been a lot of time. Both helps with pronunciation? Fair enough. I think I'm just going to go ahead and update item info. Let me check what item info says. worst part about this problem is I've made this problem come back over and over because I keep moving him from being a toy you can rescue and take to the painting world, and then back to like a shop thing, and back to the painting world option, and then now back to a regular shop in the world thing. So I've actually recreated the problem in being indecisive instead of just picking one. Huh. Not gonna lie, I think a lot of people will watch my stream and be like, but why? And I'll be like, eh. Why do I even want the owner as an option? What am I even doing with this information? Eh. Most of the time I only ever do things if there's a purpose. That's kind of how I am. I'm a very driven person. Also, I have so little free time that I don't even know what it's like to have fun anymore. I think I just literally, well, I may enjoy doing this, but it seems like all I ever do is work on one thing or another. But to make my dream a reality, I'll have to do a lot. Yes. I guess I could do a destroy shop item. I could give them all a gameplay tag and then just get all extras. Well, I wouldn't get all extras for tag that way. No, it's better if I just make certain that the NPC owns them. Sussing out this puzzle. I think if I need cosplay now, I'd do some sort of steampunk stuff. I want to go to some steampunk event. That'd be sweet. I've done Ren Fair types of stuff, but you know, I'm not as big on fantasy as I was when I was younger. I really was a lot bigger when I was, on it when I was younger, but now I've just kind of fallen into liking steampunk things more. Maybe I think it's because I get inundated with fantasy stuff all the time. So it gets kind of samey after a while to me. I don't know. But I've definitely noticed a shift because, when I was like my teens and early 20s, I loved fantasy stuff. In fact, the original versions of this game, the original world was actually very fantasy, and it got pushed forward to more of a steampunky world as I decided I liked those things more. Love steampunk live? Nice. Yeah, it's just nice. It's just... yeah. I think because a lot of it's like, there was like an era of hope and an era of like innovation of just, exciting things, and just people seemed a lot more connected and interesting. Like now we still have an era of innovation, but it's like a bleak world where no one's really connected at all. That's just strange, so. Also, I kind of like weird clockworky, strange things. She knows today for some reason. Okay, I thought I had a way to destroy these. Break struct, law, spawn actor, disappear, sure. Wait. Well, that's just an on-death thing, you don't care about that. What we're gonna do down here is... Hashtag. Actually, hashtag with the branch. This one thing has to account for every type of NPC in the game. Enemies and non-enemies and shops and everything, so... it's got a lot it's gotta do. Too lazy into the tag, just cheat and do that. This should probably fix the problem. Destroy actor. Yep, and then on completed. Boop. Right over there. The funny part is I need to add more steampunk to this game. Someone was saying it looks more like Gaslight than steampunk, and I was like, well, they're both Victorian era. What's even the difference? Apparently enough that they could say, I like this one better than that. And I was like, okay. You see how it is. Alright, so to trigger this bug, I have to spawn her and then despawn her a whole bunch of times by simply running close and then running away. If the bug still happens. Even though I don't need this for the demo, but whenever I do the tour, it'd be nice if this worked. I really want to fix that so it's less big. It's so big. Despawn her items in, that's great. If I run away, do you despawn them? Well, you wouldn't be able to see it because it's not that close, right? Oh, she spawned in there, so that would actually despawn her right there, but the items are still there, it looks like. Yep. And then she spawns in and spawns some all new ones, so okay, that didn't have to work. But now, as far as steampunk things go, there's like nothing nearby me as far as steampunk. Like, you can do a Ren Fairs without even leaving the city. But I'm pretty soon you have to go, like, I'm up in, like, you know, Northern California. I'm pretty soon I have to go down to the Bay Area in order to even have any option for steampunk. It sounds like, you know, 3-4 hours away. It's got pretty big distance to drive down there these days. Because, I mean, you know, 3 hours one way, 3 hours back, and then spend time down there. It's, I gotta have a big old free day, and I don't usually have that. Oh. It probably didn't work because I didn't put shop as the tag I'm looking for. That's the thing about these is there's no real, well, there's very rarely anything that's unexpected. It's because you didn't tell it the right thing. Alright, things spawned in, great. Let's leave the room. Whee! Despawns, I should be able to see that through the window. Your shop's on system here, isn't it? What is the problem? We'll do ugly yellow today. In that one, and I want it here too so I can see what it says. Okay, so it added those to the thing, or at least it looks like it did. And then... we never played the death thingy. Does Annie have a shop thing? Did I leave that off? Is that a thing? Gameplay tags. The gamest of playest of tags. She has the type shop. Okay. You somehow lost the shop tag? Were you about that thug life? Is that what's happening? Also, while I'm at it, I want more information here. I think the best way to describe what this essentially is, or what all programming is largely a game of, you know, like that phone tag thing, right? Where, you know, as a kid, you put everyone next to each other, like, you know, in like a circle or whatever, and then have one person whisper a message to each person on there, and then by the end, the message would be completely different, right? And that's what these print strings are essentially doing, is they're checking to see where that message has changed. Because at the end I need the exact message, it can't be a different message. So... trying to figure out who can't remember the right message. Which characters are quarreling. Alright, well, they're all there. I leave here. Spawned in again? Wait, what? It's like 3 times spawning in. Why didn't you despawn? Like, you're supposed to be killed off by that, not respawn. What a nightmare. It's not triggering the death stuff at all. No, probably because there's an event destroyed. Well, if the event destroyed, I want it to do this too, so... Trying to delete a message. Oh, I got cheap viewers on good old Twitch. And it does take a while to build up viewers over the course of the night. That's why long streams are better than short streams. You get longer with more viewers. It's a solid plan, yes. Not that I think a boss will ever be a shop, but whatever. If wants to run the check again, it's not that bad. Just a simple true-false, so. Not ever triggering the destroy. Why is that? This NPC destroyed, right? So also this should say exact match. I hate this room info crap. Well, then destroyed is literally just. Yeah, I mean, that should be right there. So, why are we not getting called? This room info thing needs a better fix than it currently has. It's terrible. So many problems with it. That was more than one of her. This didn't work at all. Huh. Sometimes this would happen, but not always. Well, first off, I'm supposed to do that. It did boot. I was wondering. When entering, it would despawn everything. I was trying to fetch the age loader. Hmm. It's confusing that it's never calling the destroyed actor. Well, I guess it is, but only when entering, and it doesn't really call it when leaving. Except it should go through that anyway. Well, what's interesting is it's not finding a shop tag. Well, the drummers are what's getting despawned, not her. Right back. Alright. Hey, Lepus, how's it going? Trying to solve the mystery of why the event destroyed is not actually triggering. In fact, why none of the death things are triggering on this, they're just being destroyed without anything. Which makes no sense. Because whenever destroyed actor is called, it's supposed to call when destroyed on the actor, right? Pretty good. Somebody trying to get the battle system further? No? Yeah. Well, I'm glad the battle system is coming along, even though it's costing you some sleep. Goodness knows, I know that one all too well. I almost got 6 hours of sleep. Almost. Had to be at my office, I was like, ah. But, you know. Sometimes you just gotta struggle on, right? The fact it's not even saying this is so weird on like Annie and the like. I don't want that. That would have been destroyed. In case that node somehow got messed up. No, it's the, you can only have one ever, so. It's ignoring the shopkeeper, but it's being noted by enemies that are just destroyed otherwise, but just not by the room info. Like if it's destroyed by room info, then it's a problem. But I guess to be fair, the encounters actually, a puppet master could spawn them in, right? Or the encounter system can. And I can leave the room info out of it because the room info is a pile of crap anyway. Because the more I use the room info, the more I hate it. It causes a lot of problems with the nature of how it works. It was just there because spawning things into the world normally was so heavy that it just wasn't worth doing. But I mean, does it have to be? I mean, I could just leave those in the world now and have them level instance instead. So if they're just level instance, then I don't have to have the room for spawn anything in. I presume Annie has to be, like, you know, spawned in normally, but all the different stuff that's floating in the world is already it's already basically just the same blueprint over and over. And if there's one thing I've learned about level instance stuff is it basically requires almost nothing to work. Of course, when they're spawned in is when they actually, well, I guess the H-load would despawn them, right? Because then I could just put Annie in the world entirely and not have to worry about her spawning in if the H-load just deals with her. I'm going to test it because I think the current system is stupid. So if I can just eliminate its value where I never need it for anything, and it's only really used for spawning in a couple, like, you know, important NPCs and like movable blocks and stuff. But again, if they're level instanced, I saw when I put like 40,000, you know, actually it was only 20,000 blueprints on a map, and it still got like 30 FPS some of the time. That clearly level instancing things makes not a huge difference. I mean, the number of actors involved, like I said, child actors too. So you factor in all the child actors, there was like 40,000 actors on that map. And it wasn't even an open world map. So if I H-load this stuff too, man, I'm gonna test it. This spawning in method is only good for regular enemies. Unless you want your enemies to be always in the same locations, I guess. Yeah. I grow tired of this issue. So if this was just always here, and I H-load her, what happens? She can't be level instance necessarily, but well, I guess to be fair, she actually could be, but I'm only ever going to use one of her, so I don't really know if that really does anything to level instance them at that point. I don't think it does. I think it really only matters if you're going to use her a bunch of times, which, you know, not opposed to. Well, if I could just put them on the map, that'd be the easiest ever, but the simple reality is a lot of these systems came about because I couldn't just put things on the map. Because doing so led to issues with the with performance, right? So with that option, I was like, okay, well, I guess I just gotta do what I gotta do, you know? Let's H-load her. Is there like a world details too? Like that? World settings, there we are. Like one of these things is missing here. Yeah, main partition's the name I was looking for. I haven't done this in forever. I need to do that to optimize levels because it causes a lot of problems too. I'm not even building the H-load. I'm just deleting the H-load and just letting it build the crappy one. Building that H-load takes like 20-30 minutes or something stupid. Basically forever. Yeah, a lot of stuff in this game has taken forever because I've had to redo it due to the issues of performance. Early methods were not good enough. Open world does not help as much as you might think. Actually, I would argue it makes it worse. UE4 had like infinitely better performance than UE5. Of course, in UE4 you had to build the lights, which was tedious as hell. But when it ran, the baked lighting was like 1,000 times better. Not really. I haven't really seen any improvements particularly. The resource requirements for the engine are very high. A lot of these new systems that are supposed to make your stuff work better, they don't seem to do that at all, as far as I could tell. Maybe on the upper end if you have hundreds of people to make them work, but... Did you? Nice. Well, some versions of Unreal 5 might be better than other versions of Unreal 5, but say the performance on Unreal 4 was way better. It just required so much less to do things. Well, the performance was insane on 4. I remember when my other character was running around the level, she could get like 80 to 90 FPS. It was crazy, the difference. No open world levels at all, just regular levels. But baked lighting was, like you had to really futz around with lighting things, so that's a problem. Also, in this game's defense, it's in the night, like nighttime, so there's a lot of lights to worry about. I don't use Lumen at all. Lumen's an abomination. Because DirectX 12 is an abomination. Also, this game is completely unplayable with Lumen on, so it's so dark you can't see anything. Which is not fun. Like nearby the lights it looks cool, but at the price of everything being unable to run, it's pretty bad. Wow, okay, I didn't think it'd take this long. Yeah. There you go, if they don't use it for Fortnite, that should say the actual, like, you know, value of DirectX 12, because, you know. Wait a minute. If they don't use DirectX 12 for Fortnite, that means they don't use Nanite or Lumen for Fortnite. Both of which require DirectX 12. Just a thought for you. Even Epic doesn't use Nanite or Lumen. Well, you have to turn it on or you wouldn't have Nanite or Lumen. Yeah. If that's disabled, you don't have Nanite or Lumen, so, like, they don't use it. Or they're only programming it for when you have DirectX 12 enabled, but they tell you not to use DirectX 12, that would tell you that they basically recommend not to use Nanite and Lumen. That's the problem with Nanite and Lumen. They require DirectX 12. DirectX 12 is garbage, so... I did not think this would take this long. I deleted the page, so it's not the other. I would have added everything to the HLOAD if I'd known that. Implementation of DirectX 12, low APIs can be great when properly leveraged. Maybe, but Epic doesn't seem to think so. If they're recommending against its usage. Basically, the price tag to DirectX 12 is that you lose out on a bunch of possible people and you gain nothing for performance. You get Nanite and Lumen. You can have real-time lighting without Lumen. I use it. You know, I don't have to build. I don't have to, like, you know, bake lighting or anything. So I'm not using Lumen. It's fine. Nanite. Pretty much everyone seems to agree that Nanite sucks. It's just kind of a. Every test I see, I don't know what Nanite's for, but maybe someone can pull off some tricks with it. But you got to be a massive studio to pull it off or something. I don't know. I am horribly unimpressed with Nanite. But it's probably DirectX 12's fault. To be fair, I'm horribly unimpressed with DirectX 12, and Nanite requires DirectX 12. So it's probably not Nanite's fault. I'm just going to lay the blame squarely on the grounds of Microsoft is a terrible company that makes bad products. And DirectX 12 is just another one of them. You Fortnite is on so many consoles and even phones, so I understand not using Lumen. Also, Fortnite is really good. I guess using Lumen? Yeah. I mean, it looks good enough to make, you know, disgusting amounts of money, so I'm just saying. Must look good enough. It's probably better to be, like, you know, usable on a phone anyway than not. But I mean, getting a game, something like that to run on a phone would require a huge company to pull off that kind of optimization, right? Because I'm never pulling that off. I'm not crazy. Okay. This really was supposed to take way less time than this, unless it's broken. I realize I don't even know what Fortnite looks like for the most part. Like, I've seen it before, but they only vaguely remember it. You'll do. Here's some random video of someone playing it. I think it looks fine. You can definitely see the lack of Lumen's ridiculous things there. It's like stylized stuff there, so. I mean, the color scheme makes me want to vomit, but I realize that I'm, I guess, in the minority on that one. But I wouldn't say it's a bad looking game. It's just a stylized game that obviously doesn't use Lumen. It's not even close to using Lumen on this. And there'd be no point in that. I mean, all these like textures are super simple. Like, there's so little detail in anything. Like, everything is just flat. Okay, maybe I do think it's an ugly game in a weird way. Oh, no, because it's still stylized. So it's not really that it's ugly. It's just really stylized. And stylized usually don't have a lot of detail. That's true. Fair enough. Hey, 17 Sophisticate. Hey there. I recognize that voice. Just between D&D character and getting ready for bed. Autoplay brought me in. Nice. Autoplay's a real homie on this one. Just saying. It's like, hey, what's it going? Just throws you in. How's that D&D character going? Like I should, not to bed, but if you're not, immediately. Huh? Is it lacking ambient occlusion? It looks flat. It's just that it has no details on its stuff. Like, if you look and see, like, every texture here has just nothing for details. Like, I just pause it to look at that. It's flat. Because there's just no details to anything. Everything is like the most simple, bland textures ever you can see. There's no texturing on the walls, nothing. No texturing on the floorboards. No texturing on that furniture over there. Not that you looked at the furniture for very long, but you can just see it's just crap. Yeah, look at those. I mean, like, there's like, when you hit it, there's like some cracks, but the cracks are made by destructible materials. So again, there's nothing really on it. Even that, it's like barely got anything on it. So yeah, there's just no texturing on like anything in the game. But I mean, to be fair, like I say, a lot of stylized games like this, you know, with the weird comic book look, don't tend to have a lot of detail. Yeah, 1 nanite and lumen, right? It's kind of low poly. Yeah, it's really low poly, which is taking for maybe this is frozen. I don't know. Double check a second. I mean, they're trying to get maximum compatibility, and you know, you're playing a fast-paced game, so chances are you don't care about just hanging out and staring at the pretty graphics, if you will. So every time I'm playing Booleans, I always have to go check on your note what Zor and Nan do. Can't remember how it works. That's fair. I mean, everyone's got the nodes they just forget about. It's just how it is, you long enough. I agree, but I'm pretty sure there's no ambient occlusion, so corner shipley looks gross. Fair, I suppose. I mean, it's kind of a styling, but yeah, it's definitely a flat game, no doubt. For love of God, Wizards of the Coast, Mage Magic Stone, good please. Wait, what? Apparently playing a character whose main thing is hucking rocks, so I just tip some stuff, so I'm fixing the build. Oh, okay. Apparently throwing rocks is good, is what I just heard. Weapons? Nah. Rock throwing? Yeah. Let's see if this works better than the other method I was doing. Spawns in. Pretty good. Pretty good. Just sitting over here, doing a thing. Neat. Oh, and the item spawning, right? They're over there. There's only one of each, right? Fun, yes. Optimal, not at all. Oh, it's fair. I mean, it should be optimal. Let no one tell you different. I think I'm gonna have to run from a greater distance to pull this off. I should put a chest out here and buy some items or something. Yeah, never have to pay for ammo. It's worth it, right there. And you save a couple gold over the course of the game, I imagine. It always seems like ammo is relevant, like, for, I don't know, the first half of a level, and then by then you have enough money that it's no longer relevant, right? Unless you have some stickler of a DM, I guess, who just counts every arrow in the quiver and says you can't buy hardly any. Maybe. This should easily send them away as far as the H-low goes, so... I only see one of these things, so that is something. I'm gonna put a big chest of gold out here. When in doubt, big chest of gold. Hey, MeFix, how's it going? Communism in the chat, nice. Got what's for Archer, but it's a slow burn mountain trick game, so we've been months without a weapon. Okay. I would probably not pick someone who could run out of ammo if that was the case. Like, oh, so we're going to spend 1,000,000 years out here in the wilderness. I think it's best if I, well, don't have this problem. Yes. $1,000 gold. More than I need, but sure. Morning, Dex. How am I? I'm doing okay. I didn't sleep much, but you know, that's kind of me in these days. I don't sleep anymore. I've evolved beyond sleep to a higher plane of caffeine monitor radiation goodness. Anyone who says different, nobody likes them. It's really that simple. Hey, Stream Up World, how's it going? Into a mess, new nerd. You're around doing it. Well, you know, I don't know. You mean you sound like an old DD player to me. What am I working on right now? I'm trying to get. I disable one of these musics. I don't want two in my ears. I'm trying to get the shopkeeper to not keep spawning enemies over and over, and it's supposed to be destroying her, but she's not being destroyed by the thing. I mean, she is, but it's not registering the when destroyed event, so I'm trying to figure out why. And I thought about just putting her in the world and having her H loaded in, rather than trying to spawn her in. And the H load triggers, well, I don't even have to go that far, but I just want to see if I run in if it's missing the items or not. But now it's missing them all. So she's not spawned in there. Seems very important for the party. Yeah. What I could do is I could put all the things just in here and the thing to start with, not have her spawn them in. The downside of that is you know, it's one more thing in the H load to worry about. And doesn't seem like a good strategy. But it not destroying her is also pretty awkward too, because, well, it's not like it reloads her every time either. So everything else gets H loaded out, I guess. Well, it's not part of the H load, so why would it get H loaded out? Just me fix and Warlock and have an endless coffee mug. Nice. I mean, listen, endless caffeine. Probably fancy use Norbullion. You can't add pins to on it. No, back to the usual. Not back to the usual. No. I'll see how you sleep more, but then again, you'll have a week then to rest. Yeah, kind of. I mean, I still have to get the rest of this demo thing together and stuff, so it's kind of a problem. But I don't know. Looking for a good solution here to this, but the fact it wasn't despawning her is so weird. I hate these room info things too. They're such a problem. So I could literally just put the items in the world that she has, and then just when she buys them all, she's just sold out. Oh, I haven't grabbed any alcohol yet. I usually don't ever drink any alcohol before midnight here. Because, you know. Yeah. No need to drink that really. I usually have a good 6 to 8 hours after midnight to drink any alcohol if I want. Yeah, the witching hour. Yeah, maybe I just do that. Maybe I just put the things in the world. Maybe I'm making my life harder for no reason. It's kind of awkward to have a shop where everything's just in the world, but I guess how necessary is it to have all these things in the world? I mean, like, she's only got like the same 3-4 items. It's just like in Zelda where, you know, once you bought the little shop out, there's nothing else in the shop, right? So do I really need to get that crazy about it? I mean, it would just be 3 more blueprints in the world. I think it's bedtime for this bozo. Unfortunately, I require a long rest. I think I probably should get him, but you know. Keep me touted though, lurker for life. Awesome, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Sleep well. Dream many great D&D dreams. Like about the perfect build with these rocks. Just saying. Just saying. It's there. It exists. I believe. I don't want to click back on right there. I want to lower than that. There we go. I guess I could just put them in the world. And then if you buy them, they just there. And they'll destroy themselves if you have already got them, so instead of running the shop through that, and there's only going to be 3 items in every one there. That's not very many items. I don't have to spawn them in or do anything weird like that. The only reason they were so portable in the first place was, well, first I thought I was going to have one shop that had like 1,000,000 items in it. I just kept spawning random ones in, but also it's because they were only spawning in the painting world when you showed up. Not here where they're now part of each area and each one only has like 3 or 4 items and that's it. And you just got to visit all of them if you want all the upgrades. So I think that makes more sense. Let's run with that theory. Because here's the other thing. There's already these floating in the world in a bunch of other locations anyway. They're literally just sitting in little collectible boxes all over the place. So how are 3 more going to make any real difference? Right? Am I weird in thinking that? I don't think I am. Maybe I am. Maybe so. I can also put a key in her and have her sell you a key. Because she's a jerk. There's only so many collectible items in this game, though. Most of them are keys. Really, once I reach about like 1 or 2 in the morning, I always get this like burst of energy and then I'm good to go. And right around, you know, like 10 p.m. at night till about 2 in the morning, I always have like the lowest energy, which is so awkward that I start my stream right in the middle of the low energy point. I used to try starting later, but the problem with that is that you never really build up the numbers. Because in the middle of the night, when I would actually have like the most energy like that, it's also when like there's like the lowest traffic for English-speaking, you know, watchers. It's as simple as like, ah, yeah, okay, well, unsurprisingly, ain't nobody on. Well, there's some, but it's definitely much lower. I make them cost 50 each. 10's like a low number. I want you to have to grind for that. You gotta earn it. When I moved in, it's always a time when the kid wants to see the baby shark on my TV, on my screen. Do we have a TV? I mean, why not just put the TV next to your computer and put baby shark on? Just saying. Tablets exist too. Oh my god, tablets. Oh, I gotta disable the shop. I definitely think I'm making my life way harder than it needs to be. Because she's not a true shop anyway. Like, you don't really talk to her to buy anything. Yeah. Should definitely do these things. I think I'm gonna like level instance all the platforms and not just spawn them in like I'm doing. I think it's just a mess. I guess you gain some FPS, but do you really? I'm starting to question a lot of these, how much FPS I gain versus having to spawn them in and out all the time, which seems like a big mess. It used to be this system for the room infos was what spawned in the enemies too, and that was the purpose of it, but now I don't know if that's necessary. I mean, it's not necessary anymore. The new encounter system is better at what it does. I guess I should just rely on the H-load system to do what it's supposed to. I mean, this should be far enough away, but we'll get as far away as I can basically get from that spot. The actual number, I think, is like 6,400, so this is actually like, I think, you know, 5x the distance I had to go, but just to be certain that that is, in fact, the thing. That does work. And now I don't have to worry about them spawning in weird ways, and I can just put them places, so maybe I can actually have 5 items in this shop. Maybe I'll have her sell you like maps, I think, or maybe she'll sell you Wheel of Fortune. Like each of the shops will sell you a piece of Wheel of Fortune. That seems like an Annie's on thing to do. The trouble with giving out Wheel of Fortune that way is that you can just get it really early if you want to grind for it. But I guess, do I care if you get it early for grinding for it? I mean, if you're just like, yeah, I got this, and you just drop like a G or something on it, it's 1,000 gold, like, here you go. It's not a bad idea, I guess. Maybe one of the only ones that appeared a different way than inside of Wither Capsule. But then it would mean that I would have the ability to give out a Wheel of Fortune to every one of them, and then you'd have a reason to hunt down Annie's on shops. Of course, there's only 3 of them, right? Because then there's a 4th shop, and then I don't know what's going to be in the 4th shop. To be well, actually, I know where the 4th shop is already. I planned out where the 4th shop was. I don't think there'll be a 5th shop. I'm pretty certain we're sticking to 4. 1 per chapter. Giving you a reason to get money and things. Unless I have a different kind of shop as well. If I can just H-load this stuff, this solves a big problem. I should probably try H-loading the other things too, but putting them as a level instance. The little spawned in crap, since that stuff is not great. But like I said, the problem with that's going to be that it might interact poorly with the Puppet Master, because the Puppet Master, you know, watches them when they're spawned in and then moves them around, so only one thing has to move them. Just like the doll masks are only moved by, you know, they're also by Puppet Master. Like, they aren't turning themselves at all. It's only the Puppet Master turning them. Well, it's telling you which angle it is. I guess they're specifically running the turn command themselves. Basically just to improve performance, because otherwise if you do it the other way, then you have a whole army of, you know, blueprints all running the same command at once instead of one blueprint just cycling through the thing for all of them. Okay, so this whole system I made, it was dumb. Let's get rid of it. Actually, to be fair, the whole shop system is no longer a thing if I get rid of that, but this didn't work anyway. For some reason, this was never triggering. Probably because I have a destroyed and a death one, and they're both different. Being a boss is an option, that's true. Some of these things exist if you die. Like if you die to a boss, it has to despawn that crap and then set it up again for the next time. I have like multiple spawning systems. One that locks you into an area and then only lets you out if you achieve a particular story check. Read as killing the boss. Because then you're rewarded in a story check that says you did something, and then from that point on, it won't trigger anymore. And I have a room spawner. spawns in based on the room. Then I have a spawner that based in just upon nearby itself. You just enemies just spawn in things, and then I have the encounter system. So I have a bunch of things that spawn and stuff. This strategy seems so simple, but I want to test the other thing. This will defeat the purpose of the room info almost entirely at this point if I just use instanced versions of everything. And to be fair, this cube is just an instance version of the cube. Just like the ones in here are. Well, let's experiment. I require the blueprint for these. Possessed box. I gotta drag one into the world. Doesn't matter where it is, just that it's here. Clicky clicky. Great level instance. Sure. Possessed box. Hell yeah, brother, the possessed box. Now let's see. Now you talk about it. I need a plan and counter system too. What's the battle system you have in counter? Yeah. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard. You just get the location of the player and just, you know, spawn things within a radius of it. I mean, you can do a particular direction if you want. But I could get a navigable point. I'll show you what I do. It's just the encounter ground. And mine's gotten really complicated in what it does, but for spawning areas like that, but basically a lot of what I'm doing is just getting a navigable point in radius. And then I added 50 to the, you know, the Z just so it would be a little up in the air, not they wouldn't be stuck in the ground necessarily. But the reason I do this is you have to have a nav mesh down first off for this to work, but it means that that spot is a place that the enemy can move around in, right? So it just finds a navigable point and goes, okay, cool, puts one there. Well, that's a random location, and then I actually add to the amount there so that it's, let's see, random location, spawn distance here. Oh yeah, right here I make it so that if it's too close to the player, then I loop it around and run them it again. I could actually add it, but the problem with adding it is that I don't know which direction we're talking about. Yeah? No? No? I actually should probably increase the number based on the size of the things, but, you know. I also async a little the class, and I have a spawn array thing. I actually have an entire struct for each room that I pull up. I have different ones for each chapter, the encounter tables. Each encounter table has the enemies in it, the encounter numbers, chances for each type of thing to spawn. I can make this go crazy if I want. Rare encounters, destroyables, powerful enemies, NPCs, traps. I don't have many traps yet, but hey, you know, traps. Yeah, and then it goes through here and it's like, hey, cool, you know, sequence here, checking, it checks to see if I have a delay ticker to, you know, if at any point, let's see. Yeah, if at any point, like I have a max number of encounters up here, if at any point the encounter array that it adds everything to is too long, it adds like a 3 delay ticker, so this way it loops around a few times before trying again, just to make certain. Then here, if it tries to encounter a bunch of things, like, and after like every time it subtracts like 1, and by the time it hits 0, it adds like a 5-second duration going, okay, cool, you know, before I try again, you know, don't keep doing that. So I've been adding little checks for that. But anyway, it picks a random thing from there, and then it goes into here, and it's like, okay, cool. Which one we doing? Actually, it tries for each one. That's right. I haven't added these 2 on there yet. Then goes through here, it's like, okay, cool. Random chance, spawn it in. And the random chance for spawning is just 0 to 100. If it finds it, that's when it async loads that in. And then dumps it into the level. I also have a separate one for the NPC ones, because the NPCs spawn if you're within range of them. But to be fair, I might not even include that. I might just put them in. There's not that many NPCs in the game. Now, there really aren't. If I H-load them, they're probably fine. I'm assuming. Because they're mostly just there to talk to and provide an item, and their little dialogue thing, it always checks Poppet to see if she has a particular progress, so they don't need to save their own variables when spawning in. Poppet's the only one that ever matters. She saves to a save file, so she acts as the central hub. But yeah, I got a pretty good system here, because you know, it's also controlling everything too, so it adds them in too when they're spawned in. Like, they announce themselves to... Where's the announce? I don't know what this hashtag is for. We'll go ahead and delete that. I don't think I need it. You gonna move this down ever? I don't know why I can't move that down, but... It's being dumb. Okay. This actually adds them to a puppet array too when they're spawned in, so this way I can keep track of them, and this controls them. Certain times things don't get added to the puppet array. It's a pretty complicated system. It's been getting better and better as I go, but it's become the de facto way I do everything. Okay, I'm also thinking of spawning them on the map over time. I saw in some game they spawn once and you have to leave the map and go back to respawn them. Yeah. Problem is the map is super boring if no enemies are spawning on them. Yeah. That's what I found. For a while I had enemies spawning perpetually, but the problem, like, I didn't put as much of a random into them. Like, they had a % chance, but sometimes it would just start flooding you. So I had to start putting in limitations because it just was happening so often. I think the % chance was really high. But also, I mean, Poppet has a bad habit of being able to just run away from everything, so it does need to spawn reasonably often. That's what I found. So I've been playing with it. Sometimes it just leaves you alone, which I actually find to be pretty good, because I don't want them to always attack you, because then it's less interesting if you're always being under assault. Like, there's puzzles and things in the game to do, you know, platforming and things. But if out of nowhere it just starts like slamming you with enemies, that's also its own entertaining thing. So, it definitely takes a lot of tweaking. It's the most numbers that I have to tweak as far as how things play. It's getting a little better. There's definitely some that it's kind of not ideal, I find. But yeah, I've been using that, and I'm just replacing all the room info thing, because when I originally spawned everything in for a particular room, it dumped the FPS by like 20 FPS or something every time, so the encounter system gave the 20 FPS back. Spawning everything in and removing it's also pretty heavy. We'll have to see how the other ones work. I didn't really program very well for the H-load thing, so it would probably need to... What could end up in a random location is its default location for the Hierophant too. I don't even know. I'll have to test that with some of them just to see what happens. So I'll probably place a few of them and then run in and out and see how it works before I remove all the others. So those really aren't a big problem. Right now they work as they are. Like, I don't have to change them, they work. I might leave those. I just want to fix the shop problem because, I mean, it needs to be fixed. But this new method's so fast, and like I say, it's basically just Zelda, so thankfully my game is very simple as far as the shops go. And there's no equipment to worry about. I mean, it's just the tarot cards, you just find things. Hey Fulani, how's it going? Sounds like he's brain. Listen, you know, I've made a lot of mistakes, and the mistakes have led to me knowing things. Turns out, if you just make enough mistakes, eventually you'll learn. I mean, I often feel like I learn really slowly, because I make the same mistakes more often than I should. That's true. But hey, you know? Eh? Over a long enough time period, you have plenty of time to make all manner of stupid mistakes. Wait, that sucks, doesn't it? Damn, that's terrible. Anyway. I picked up Unreal Engine like I don't know, like 3.5 years ago, 4 years ago, but I ended up taking like a 2.5 year break due to health problems, so I didn't really work with it after that. So I came back into it, and this thing I've been on for about 16 months now at this point. So it's some combination there, but I definitely picked it up and messed with it a little bit, and then had so many health problems that I dropped it. I'm like a little secret, don't have health problems. You're welcome. The sage knowledge is free. The sagest of knowledge. I mean, pretty much about that, right? I mean, that was literally, you know, when I first picked it up, I messed with it for, I don't know, a few months, and then had all those health problems and didn't pick it up for like 2.5 years, and then came back to... I guess to be fair, there were a couple points I kind of messed with it during those 2.5 years. I didn't mess with it all that much, but to say I did zero with it would be a lie. I didn't do a whole lot. Health problems. So a lot of my experience with it is those first few months, maybe dicking with it a little bit over 2.5 years, but not really. And then coming back and working on this for like 16 months. So you can pick up blueprints in a few months pretty easy. It's not as hard as you might think. I just started by doing a how to make a X type of game thing. First I started with a 2D platformer, but then I decided I wanted to make a more open world type of 3D thing. So I followed how to make a open world RPG tutorial. And then I just go, okay, well, the tutorial in here, I'd like this feature. And so I look for a tutorial for that and I try to add it into there. And then I'm like, okay, I want this feature, and try to add it in. Each time because all the tutorials start from the beginning point of like, you know, just a basic third-person project, I'd have to try to figure out the extra pieces to mix it in. And in figuring that out, I learned a lot about how to do things. So that's usually my advice to people. I don't recommend classes. I think that they provide no real working knowledge of things. I think that they're kind of a waste. It's much better to have, you know, just actual experience making stuff, and just keep a backup. Always keep backups, so this way, you know, if you break something and you can't fix it, just go to your backup. Well, I mean, these blueprints have been going on for, this is 16 months, you know, these blueprints are here. So I mean, I've been building on this project for a while. Even I don't remember everything that's in every blueprint. I have to usually refresh my memory, but I can know how to read them. So it's like, okay, well, maybe I don't remember this right now, but it doesn't take much to figure it out again, you know? Now we're going to test this with a possessed box thing. In this room. I'll make it easy on myself. I'll make it so they go from like here. Like that. I'd probably H-load them though if I'm gonna do this. But I just want to see if this works. It's probably unnecessary. After all, I'm fixing something that already works. So by that standard, I think I'm just going to dump what I'm doing here, but I want to answer this question before I move on. I might change it later, but I doubt it. Having to reposition, like, you know, 50 or 60 of these stupid things seems like a lot of work. I only see one. Unless the other one floated away. Okay, well that didn't work well at all. There's supposed to be like 3 of them, so... I teleported. Hey Monster, how's it going? Morning to you. That's the kind of energy we need around here. Just gonna siphon some of that away and put it in a bottle for later. Could probably use it. Tired. It's about, other than that, you know, pretty good. All the energy I need? Hell yeah. That's what we like to hear. I've settled on a new strategy here of just simply putting the shop items in the world. Because I realized something. I already have shop items in the world all over these other places anyway. And there's only like 3 or 4 shop items, so why in the world am I not just H-loading the shop items? They'll destroy themselves if you already have them, so it's fine. The aesthetic, I love it. Nice. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the aesthetic's always good. I'm a fan of the creepy. And fun. Actually, it's a corrupted childhood. There we go. That's the best way to put it. So if we're just doing it this way, I can go over to this one and do the same thing. I just H-load something that doesn't care about moving. I thought about having a white rabbit and Cheshire cat. There is in fact a rabbit character and there is in fact a cat character. I almost named the cat Cheshire, but then I realized this is not Alice in Wonderland. So if I did that, it'd be kind of pushing towards that in a way that I wasn't really aiming for. Like, it's got the aesthetic, but it's most certainly not an Alice in Wonderland. But thanks, Lani, yeah. I mean, you just work on enough movements forever, you'll get there. But no, I can show you my cat and bunny characters. Well, actually, the cat characters are waiting in here. I'll open the door for you. Currently, I named him Don Fluffles after Sword Art Online Bridge, but I might change it. I do have a cat. Kitty. Got kind of creepy hands though, I'm just saying. I don't know why. I didn't make this particular model, but the creepy hands are definitely a thing that's a little, a little troubling. Like, the feet look normal, but those hands. Do I know PCG graphs? Not a lot. I tested them a bit, but when I first tested them, they were very experimental and not something you should ever have used. Like, now they're probably okay, but I mean, this was when they first came out. They weren't very good. But I don't really need a random area, so they weren't really that handy for me, which is why I kind of dropped them. I was like, well, what am I going to do with these? I don't know. Nothing. Alright. And this is my bunny character. Been in settling, I think having a teddy bear and with it, probably. I didn't make that character though, so I mean, you know. And I have a bunny. 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 I don't use PCG graphs, nothing long, not at all. I don't have a reason for it, right? I can just place things in the world. I mean, none of my levels are going to be all that random like that. Everything's specifically placed, so it's kind of... There's not a lot of purpose for them. I mean, I can use them in the city out there, but the problem with the city out here is that everything's so far away. I don't need a whole lot of detail. I could put some, I guess, but... I mean, everything is so far away that maybe I could put some out there. But a lot of it came down to how much effort it went into learning all the different nodes for the PCG graphs and trying to get them to do something useful. I was just like, I mean, is programming my environment going to be faster than for my Metroidvania game? Probably not. But if your environment isn't like, you know, I mean, if your environment isn't necessary for like, you know, just to play your game, like if it's not like, you know, in this I have to create like platforms in specific areas and try to make it so that Poppet can migrate her way up things and stuff like that. So for me, it's necessary to place things specifically in certain locations. But if you're making like an open world RPG or something, it don't matter. Your character's not hopping up and down on things or whatever, or using traversal mechanics for the most part. So you can just kind of use a PCG graph to just kind of spawn everything where you want. So that's kind of the difference for the style of game. It would only be useful out here if I'm going to do it. And I thought about it. Not even saying I won't do it later. Just place trash and other things out here too. But I might also just not. Because I also found they were really heavy when I was testing them, so... But again, that was really a long time ago, so... It's entirely possible they're not that heavy anymore, and I am... making a mistake not using them for out there. Possibly. Alright. Pirate Annie's on. Yeah. But my advice is pretty much use whatever's best for your type of game. And don't feel like you have to use something just because Epic made a new toy. Because not every toy is for every game. Yeah, there's a city out here. It's fun, you look out the windows, or if you run around on the ledges out here, you can see the city. You can't run around and explore it, but you know, you can look at it. I pretty much just kind of built it using steampunk assets from this steampunk city thing. Some of the stuff I made, other things I just cloned buildings straight out of it. Moved pipes around, added some things. It's honestly not the most detailed city, but to be fair, it doesn't gotta be that detailed. Everything beyond the wall is just fake. I just made bigger buildings, so it gave the illusion. It's a good artist trick if you're curious, you know, whenever you want to make something seem like it goes way out in the distance, just make everything out in the distance really large. And then put it behind some sort of buildings or walls so they can't see. And then it'll just look like the place is huge, when in reality, it's not. So from the street, you're just like, oh, look. There's all these things out there. It must be a full city. But then in reality, you can't see anything. This doesn't even have a hole through it. You can't see that far from the building, so does it matter? No. I could put holes in them, I guess. I thought about it, but again, that's extra resources for something that, like, you would only be able to maybe kind of see if at just the right angle. Not even this direction, honestly. Like, you couldn't really see very far either of those from that angle. But it's hitting its own level instance, too. I mean, you just start putting things on the map, right? You take assets and you start going plop, 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 and start putting in places. That's usually how it goes. I'll open up the level for it. I don't have a light specifically on here because of the fact that it's a level instance and being loaded on all these maps, and they've all got their own lights. That'd be fair, I should just put the lights on here. I actually don't know why I put the lights on the other map. It seems stupid to have a bunch of versions when I could just have it on one. But I don't, so I'm gonna put one on here. And then I can see what I'm doing. Oh. was like, where are they? I can't see. Oh god. Hey Buzzy Bean, just fun. Feels like I'm live 24/7. That'd be one way to get viewers. Steve Dave never sleeps. I'm just in there dying. Yeah, I'm putting them on here like that. I actually fused all these things into like, you know, level instances themselves too. Well, actually, they're a packed level instance actors that are different, but just individual pieces. Some things are not individual pieces anymore. They used to be, but you know, just put everything on here. You start placing things. Yeah. City's only 341 actors total. Am I working? Yeah. Hell yeah, working. I was supposed to sleep? Never. I don't know what this sleep is. Weird. Come sleep right now and your subconscious doing all this work for you? That'd be so convenient. I would just wake up and have, like, feel refreshed and have, like, you know, more game done. It's a good plan. Got a little secret. That's a great plan. Sign me up for not having to make any, do actual work when I'm awake. At one point I used to have a lot of websites I ran with memberships, and I used to wake up with money being made while I was sleeping. I didn't know how good I had it. I didn't know how good I had it until now. Now I'm just like, ooh, you should have just ran with that stuff. Ran with it forever. Oh, another tired to stream for zero. Okay, well, ban that guy. Gotta love the kick bots. I gotta join that later. Church Creator Club. But yeah, we should definitely have technology so I can do all the sleeping and game dev. Eventually AI will program a bunch of stuff, I'm sure. Problem is you still gotta be awake for it. Unless they lock you in a pod and the AI just reads your mind while you're sleeping. Can we enter the Matrix? Yes. I'm just going to put the same collectibles here as the other ones, and then I'm just going to add new ones later. Except for this one's a jerk. It makes them more expensive. Let's say a collectible upgrade 10, I guess. I don't know. Sure. Must pay for. $100 might not be enough. Whatever. Basically, you'll super want to find her shop. Must pay for. Might be taking a bio break here real soon. I drank a whole lot of water before streaming. And tea. Like right before the stream, so I was just munching food as fast as I could. Oh god. Wish I had an AI companion 24/7 who's actually helpful. It's fair. Well, eventually the AI will just run everything, and then we'll all just, you know, sit in our pods. It'd be great. But let's all be smart this time. When they say they make this perfect world where everyone's happy, let's all go with that one. Because, you know, the original Matrix thing, they were saying that they originally made a really nice, perfect world and nobody believed it was real. Let's just believe that the perfect world is real and save time, right? Not that this one's the real one. A perfect world of, like, all the waifus and everything like that. Everything you ever want. Yep. Sounds good. I'll have to do that. I'm just saying. Well, I didn't put any money down for this. Whatever, I'm just gonna make certain it's over there. Oh, that's right, there's 2 Pirate Annies, because I didn't tell it to not do that ever again. Just you, room info. I know the room info's in this room. It's here somewhere. What's in right there? Fair enough. Bonk, bonk. Yeah, I think I'll be right back. I drank so much water there, and yeah, I definitely need a moment. So we'll all stare out here at the little... Alright, Pat, and I'll be right back. All right, onward. Hmm. Trying to find this here. I remember myself how this is set up because I haven't set one of these up in a while. All right. So, President Bosun Guild is up there, but if there's an event in question, let me double check out the code even worked on this. Oh, special music. Hmm. So this is how I set up the special music for that. Okay, sure. I have to put that in Vu's room as well, for that matter. The whole game centers around the Poppet blueprint. It really does. She handles the music, reports what, you know, items have been found to everybody. She handles a lot of music. I set this as my default music. What does it do? Oh, I remember this. And there's special music here. Why does it even say fight on these? Why can't it just be the name of the boss? Right? Like, it doesn't need to say fight at the end of every one of these. I'm gonna have to go change the other ones, but it just seems kind of stupid for it to say fight on every one of these, right? I mean, I guess to be fair, if I want something that's not a fight, oh, okay. Never mind thinking about it. What if I wanted this to not be a fight? Fair enough. We'll leave all those on there as they are. Stupid nose is just all itchy today for some reason. Alright, let's listen to various music tracks here and try to figure out what I want to use. Pause. Pause? Oh, never mind. I didn't realize it was the music was playing in Unreal Engine. I'm trying to pause the other music. It's like, wait a minute. What's going on here? Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, it makes sense. It would probably be a problem. Yeah, I'm just saying. This is maybe a problem. Possibly. Just saying. Possibly. Maybe. Okay, so music. I'm sure there'll be more bosses than this. I was just trying to go in there. I need a third boss for it too, so it's gonna be like multiple bosses in these ones because there's one over at the bottom of the sunken depths. Probably Voodoo Doll. I don't think I'm gonna do the shark fight thing. I was thinking about it, and that model just has no joints. It can't do anything. It has no mouth, no nothing. Like, what kind of enemy am I making out of that? Oh. Well, I just like this one in that one room. So I could use it as a boss fight. Because I don't really know why the freaking broken, compass has this, what sounds like boss music. I mean, I just use it as a fight club, basically, so in all fairness, I think if we're putting a third fight in here, I don't know. Oops. Sneezed all over myself. It's always fun. Pretty good music for Sally. Usually I like to have additional music for the rooms where there's no boss, or the boss is not summoned yet. Because, you know, yeah. Am I using this music anywhere? I am. Chapter 4, right? No? I could have sworn I was using it for there. And then a skyscraper blueprint? Yeah, I'm here to help. Yeah, I'm pretty certain I want this music in that room. Contain your curiosity. Right? I think that seems reasonable. Having different musics for every room is kind of maybe a bit much, but certain rooms I think feel like should have their own special music. Oh, I'm a goofball. Ah, that would technically happen first. I'm planning at least 5 bosses in the final chapter. Only 2 of which if you want the crap ending. 3 more if you would like the good ending. It's not easy to get to those 3 bosses either. You will fight. But that's okay. Because if you're not here to play the game by that point, hell, are you even still here, right? If you've gotten all the way to chapter 4 of the game, and you're still playing, I'm assuming you like what you're playing, because if you don't, that's weird. Just saying. Yeah, I've definitely been at this for quite some time, so let me tell you. The blueprint's pretty complicated. Well, Poppet's blueprint is the most complicated blueprint. I think Poppet's like, I don't know, 60% of the game in her blueprint. She's so much stuff. Because she has to run like everything, so. Okay, so That's reasonable for this one. I think I like that one. Poppet. The Poppet blueprint. The character's name is Poppet. Main character. Not every track I've found here is actually all that good. Some of these are real trash. Or don't fit the game. I should say not trash, they just don't fit. No, Poppet's the main character. Poppet isn't a doll. P-O-P-P-E-T. Poppet. Sure. She has the most complicated blueprint in the game by a huge margin. She sets the music. She's the record keeper of everything that is currently in the game and been unlocked and everything. She has so many abilities to deal with. Has to interact with things. She's a lot. Calling her 60 cents is probably overkill, but she is a huge portion of this game. Because most of these other blueprints don't really do much. They don't have a lot of code. Like these chairs don't exactly have a lot of code. They just have a child actor on them, and it's the same child actor that's on top of this table too that lets me grab them. You know? A lot of times I have parent ones like this. This has a parent to it. The parent collectible, so all the collectibles have the same code as this. So the parents are often the really complicated one, and their children are really easy. Just like these are a collectible, but they have the same parent, these two things. So, you know, though they work different. And I just have options on them. Same with the light. Well, the lights don't have the same parent. They could. If I didn't do that. Want to funnel your hat in there, buddy? Buddy. Yeah. I don't know why I'm making the music for this room of all places. That room isn't exactly important. I have not designed this room yet, but I just put a pentagram here to remind myself that there will be bad news happening there. Just like here. Yay! Well, that reminds me. I have a thing that spawns a button in here, you see. Before you see, there is an actor that hides in here that spawns stuff. So you know how many characters there? Who owns a place and says property there? I mean, there's Charlotte the Ghost Girl and Tinka's a ghost. I'm debating on if the toy maker ever truly shows up. I think he does. Depends, but everyone is basically a ghost or a toy for the most part. The toy maker owns the place. Yeah, the character who's all the toys are being made for is Charlotte, the ghost girl. You encounter her at various points in the game because she wants to play a game with you. And you know, the games are usually, well, life or death for you. Not, you know, she's dead, so nothing you really do to her, but such as in here, where you play, well, I don't know what to call a game, to be fair. It's kind of like a hide and go seek in a way, but the thing is, it's the game where if you're watching her, she cannot move. So it's actually a red light, green light. That's what it is. She's playing red light, green light with you. If she catches you, then you lose. So this map needs so much optimization. I can also hide the pirate code key. Where are you at? It's interesting that she spawned in so slow. Yeah, Charlotte over there. If you're watching her, she cannot move. And she is massive. I'll let her get close so you can get an idea of what she looks like. See how big she is? She's huge. Huge mungus. You're within a certain range to look at doesn't really work correctly. So let's figure that out. But there'll be like a jump scare when she catches you. But she's huge. And she chases you around this thing and you're supposed to collect all the stuff as you're going. But, you know. Yeah. It's a thing. I forgot to remove a thing from this. Let's find those. Yeah, but you play a game with her trying to hit all these buttons, lowering this water without her catching you. And if you do, you get a tarot card at the bottom. Which is always exciting. But she's like the ghost of a 14-year-old girl, so she's, you know... I mean, women actually hit their max height around then anyway, so... She's actually, like, what, 5'4"? So whatever that converts into everybody else units. 5 foot, 5 inches. I don't know what that converts to. I guess feet to... like, we'll say meters, I don't know. So 5'4", so be like 1.64 meters tall. And Poppet is should be like 0.03 meters. That doesn't seem right. But she's only like 10 inches tall, so she'd actually be like what, a third of a meter, I assume. It's got to be a better measurement than meters. Inches to... She's 25.4 centimeters tall, if that helps for how tall Poppet is. And 5'4", as far as that converting over, what, 64 inches? Yeah. So that would make Charlotte 162.56 centimeters tall. So she's like massively larger than Poppet. To convert it into other people measurements who aren't in the US. Yeah. I'm setting up music in places. I think the Pirate Graveyard should have different music because I want Sally to play the music, not just play the other music. Where would I use this music? Not a bad track. It's so too loud though, so it definitely seems more like a important fight type of music as opposed to an actual I don't know. I need room music right now anyway. That is not room music. Too loud. Well, these ones are for this other game. I just grabbed the music out of that one and dropped it over because I like the tracks. But a lot of them don't fit. I'm using that one. I wish I was better at cinematic battles. Hmm. I'm not going to write their names because I don't want you to know in advance. There's not that many bosses so far in the game you look at it, right? That would only be 11. I think I'm missing some. Oh, that's right. I never even used Snuggle Waffle. Well, it seems stupid to not use Snuggle Waffle. I mean, I have this, you know, teddy bear model that I can use that's was actually in the other game too, in the original like RPG Maker version. So I mean, I should probably use them. Could be a her technically if I want it to be. Teddy bears, you know. I mean, I got this one here, and I do have the model for it. Change the hat out like that. Can also just give it a pirate thing there. So, I mean, I'd bring the hat in separate if I was gonna do that. I don't leave hats on bodies anymore. But I do have all this stuff to make teddy bears, so I could have picked teddy bears as a thing. It could also be teddy bear pirates. That's true. I mean, I know this one's a steampunk hat, but hear me out. It doesn't have to. It could just have a pirate hat. And I could just have a bunch of teddy bears to fight in the second chapter. And then the third chapter... Well, we'll get to the third chapter at some point. Don't know what I'm going to do about that. I could make Snuggle Waffle the middle boss here. Because Bosun's like an extra fight. So do I add in that? In that order. No. Wait, is that the right order? No, that is the right order. You'd have to fight Snuggle Waffle first. I've seen in the Sunken Depths if you did that. But to be fair, Bosun makes more sense for down there as far as the thing. I'm not sure what Bosun's going to look like. I mean, Snuggle Waffle looks more like a boss for the sea. There's so much already happening in the third chapter. And a lot less in the second chapter. And the first chapter is very wander around until you get bored. I mean, you encounter Charlotte a lot in that chapter, so... I was going to change out music in sort of rooms on the other chapter. I need to add in sound effects and things like that. I have not done a lot of sound work in this game. Like, I'm slowly adding them in, but I need to keep adding in more ones like that. Fix some stuff up, make them a little nicer. Better music in. For certain areas. What's the music I use for this one? I mean, this music gets recycled. And I don't think it needs to be recycled as much as it is. I haven't used this one at any point. It was one of the ones that was being used. It's such a good track to waste on such a small area when Patrick's not around. What are we using the toy maze? Oh yeah, for the first 3 rooms I basically use that. Actually, first 4 rooms. That's a lot of rooms. And then Hidden Fear kind of takes over for these ones here. But I don't know if I really want Hidden Fear to play in Patrick's room. Kind of a bit of a weirdo one. Is that better than the other one? I sped it up at one point. When I was trying to make combat versions of music, because we got close to enemies, it turns to fighting music, but I switched that out now. Now it's just perpetual music playing. I like that whenever Charlotte's around. I like the music room having its own different music that's just kind of there. Oh, the washroom might contain your curiosity. I explained a lot. Well, this should actually probably be there. And maybe from the toy room onward, I'll replace the music, because by that point you've already been through like 3 rooms. Where's the New Life room? What do you even play? Yeah, Funny Horror's played too many times. I think I'm going to swap it out for the other one there. It's not bad music, but you'll spend a long time in those rooms, I assume. So rather than make it the worst thing ever to just hear it perpetually, I'll mix it up a little. This one. Yep. And Patrick's room almost doesn't even count. Wish I could reorder these. The toy maze, that, and then Patrick's room. And I do like Hidden Fear also. They're both good tracks. But since the layout of the game is like the New Life room to the Carnival room to the Magician room to back to the Carnival room back to the Magician room, you're going to be hearing that one track in quite a few rooms, essentially. As opposed to now I had it going to like the toy maze and like a couple other rooms after that. It just that's a lot of rooms for the same thing. What's this? Interesting. Probably not. Recycle that one a lot. Yeah, probably not. Kind of I stole some of this music from my other game. And that game was a very different game. And I don't think I'm going to use that. Super fast. Already using it. like the title music from the RPG Maker version, I believe. I just wanted to change out the main music for that and have a boss fight for Vu. But I don't have a Vu fight right now at that point. Pick a different boss music for it too. I'm kind of tired of that music. I picked up this Humble Bundle with a bunch of boss music and other battles in it, that, so I was like, well, I could use some boss music, and not all of them sound like toy fights, but I mean, hey, you know, I'll take what I can get. This one's not bad. Here. Now the old final confrontation music, where everything just sounds like, you know, it's some religious, ridiculous thing. How great is this music if you just enter a room and the room is completely empty except for a potted plant, and then all the doors lock shut and you're like, uh-oh. It just literally looks like some cheap store-bought potted plant. And you're just like... I mean, this can make anything seem like it's like the end of the world. Like, you know, you enter a McDonald's and this music starts playing, you're like... It's good music, I like the track. No funk. Now I wonder what the difference of added funk is. Must be farther in. I don't want to listen to those songs to find out. The thing is, slowly I've been adding more of, like, you know, a like almost demonic religious connotation to this game, because honestly those are the assets that are available. Hence pentagrams. I might just slot all these in as potential bossings, even though I don't like a lot of them. Doesn't sound very Last Hope to me. How much these ones? Some of these don't sound like boss fights. They just sound like, you know, action-packed, I guess, but this doesn't sound like you're fighting a boss to me at all. I mean, I like the track. But none of them sound like a boss. Or yeah, I don't know what this is supposed to be, but that ain't feeling no constant tension to me. No desert fights. I wish I could afford a real composer, by the way. And not, you know, Humble Bundle Express or no, whatever the hell they're using on Humble Bundle. Not a bad track. You know, for a trash boss, not for a good boss. Sure, we'll just use it for a trash boss. Because, I mean, I don't know what else to really use it for, to be honest. Set loop, set trash boss, set sound cue, so I'm not going to do that there. Move this back here, so do that. I mean, well, I guess the bosun fight kind of a thing. But this one's supposed to be for Sally and Battle of the Brothers. Don't know why it's not really the same for, but it's fine. What are they using for bosun? Good bosun fight. But Snuggle Waffle could just be the person there, and then that music's much cooler anyway. It almost feels like it's wasted. You know? Like it feels like it should be like down here or something, and I should use something a little crappier for like maybe this one, because this one's also very piratey. And Snuggle Waffle could just be a pirate. Maybe I'm the pirate teddy bears. I think that's what I'm gonna do for the second round. Pirate teddy bears. Why not, right? I can dress them with stupid hats. The bosun fight's too stupid to merit really good music. It's just a dumb little extra fight. So I'd rather not waste some good music on that, you know? Drums? Meh. Meh. Means like a boss fight. Not a bad track. But you want to move out of the way, and there's no reason. Sure. I think I used this in the chess castle already as a... Yeah. Well, apparently I thought it was a good choice for that, so... It's a good try. Make certain loops, does those things, add it to the sound key there. So, if you don't know, the wonderful people, you know, at Epic made a bunch of these little special things right that, you know, these various sound classes, and they made master, music, SFX, and voice. And if you want, you know, your music thing to control that, you can simply add the music to there, and then you make a thing that controls adjust this particular thing, stuff on it, the volume and pitch and stuff like that. And the master one has all those as children of it. So if you adjust the master one, it adjusts them all. So you just have to add those to your menu and life is good. But then you have to add each one to the sound things too. So that is a thing you will have to do manually, unfortunately. Sorry, but there's no easy way on that one. No. So we're doing showdown for her. Until I get better music. Like if better music shows up, sure, but simple reality is it's whatever I got, people. It's whatever I got. Termination? Too upbeat for me. I did this one already, right? Yep. Was I even using that for a fight? What? I feel like I should be using it for something else. Interesting. I need so many more music tracks. I'll have to see if I can, well, maybe one day afford a music composer. I'm not feeling it. Nope. I used Pirate Battle, Uplifting Battle. I think I used this. Yeah, I've used 3 already. Oh, thanks for the follow, Starspace. How's it going? I'm going through and selecting music for various rooms because I just got caught up doing that for some reason. I don't know. I don't even need to select a lot of these here, but... Ah. I remember you. Yeah, that you'd loop, right? Sure. Well, Vu's got to have her own thing on it. So where's Vu's music? I swapped it out like an idiot, but then forgot to put the right one in, so. That was the main reason I went over to do this. Nothing else. Just kind of led down a path of what this, and I needed to really go through and adjust some of these, and get rid of some of these tracks that just have nothing to do with this game, since they were just copied out of another game. I also need to go through the rest of the tracks. I have so many to go through. What was this? I don't care. Some random thing I clicked on. Where are you in my list of... Not that one. Got a list of all these tracks over here, and I'm just looking through them for a particular one that I was using before. That one. But this version. Add music to it, so this way I can change the volume. It already loops. I already did that. So Patrick will have one. I need another music for Patrick, right? That was... I wish I changed that pattern. That's good. Bosun doesn't really have a music, but I guess Bosun could just have a music. I guess. Maybe. Problem is most of these ones are against, you know, like the assorted other victims, and they don't really... I don't know. None of these tracks are really what I want. A couple of them are pretty good. I'll give them that. A couple of them are good. But some of them just ain't it. Just ain't it. Like I need some like creepy messed up music for half these, but dramatic battle thingy. What's me on one of these? I don't know what. And I thought about this one for... that's not a music for a boss fight. Of course, to be fair, it's not actually connected up to anything, so there's that. Guess I can use their final battle music as a placeholder for a final battle, right? Final confrontation. We'll use you as my default. Don't have one, but it'll get the job done until I do have one. It's not the one I want. It's not even close to the one I want, but sometimes you just put something there because if you never find anything better, it's done. And I used dramatic hybrid already, right? No, I haven't. That's like the one I haven't used. I want creepy music for that one. This one I could probably get away with. Oh, that's perfect for Sally. I like that one. Not bad music, I guess. Kind of feels more like a wandering music with something going on. Though it can also be a boss fight, because I was using it for my epic fights in the washroom. Sure. Hey, Ansbert. How's it going? How's life in the shadows? Getting all creepy over there. See what it is? Yeah. The shadows are comfortable. The shadows are good. You and a friend are making a private chat app. I see. Is she cute? Nothing. I was just joking. She's making a private chat app with a friend, and maybe she's cute, and it actually had nothing to do with actually making an app. Going over all the music tracks here. That's cool. You got that set up. Like that one. I want to use this. We'll just call this hidden area. Because, you know, there will be bad things. Oh, well, it's not just us. It's my private home server stuff. All my friends I invite. That's fair. These out as an intro at one point. Oh, is this the one I wanted to use? Discord's not trustworthy. Surely you jest. Like the lowest security app ever. Hmm. Oh, okay. I recognize that track. I don't want that one. That one's not even good. I'm sure it already does, and you know, well, you're silly enough to live in England at this point, then you're SOL on privacy, but the thing about Spotify is if it wants ID to use it, I'll just stop using it. I don't even like Spotify. I mean, if it has a free month, I'm all about it, but otherwise, like... And YouTube, I just stream on. Like, I don't even watch it anymore. I even stopped going to it for tutorials, because I actually just started asking the AI instead of watching a tutorial. And the AI gives me a tutorial as well, but that tutorial is much more designed for me. So... yeah. So I've been kind of moving away from them for a while. Especially YouTube. But YouTube did it to itself because there's just nothing on YouTube half the time. So it's like their algorithm sucks. I can't ever find anything to watch. I just end up scrolling to the bottom going, why am I here, and leaving. So I'm not a big fan. I want to be, but it's not good. Yeah. I mean, I'll keep streaming to it if I can make money off it. That's my goal. Well, Twitch so far is the best one of the lot because it makes me actual money and the other ones don't. Kick is not getting me a lot of traction yet. It's taking a while. It just doesn't have the community that Twitch did, so I think I'm at what, 34 followers on Kick at the moment. So, you know, slow going. I am monetized on it. So there's that. I don't know if I'd want to use this anywhere or not. I just don't like those ones there. None of them are that great. Some of them seem like they have the same name as other ones, like I've duplicated them much times. I need to double check for this crap. Oh yeah, well I'm not there on YouTube yet. I need subs. If I had subs, I'd already be making money on it. I just don't have them. I'm at 497 subs at the moment, with a watch time of in the last 28 days of 1.2 thousand hours. So I mean, like, I have such a huge amount of available hours. Let's see what the requirements are for. Let me check here. If I want to earn cash on here. Yeah, like you can look at the first requirements here. I'm actually really close to the first requirement thingy. You know, I need 3 subs to get to that. I don't even care about that. And 3 uploads is easy. I have almost 20,000 valid public watch hours in the last day. I only needed 3,000 for that one. You only need one of these 2, so I don't do shorts. Here 1,000, but you see I already have enough watch hours, so all I really need is to get to 1,000. This is where you get money for ads. So I have the time, I just don't have the subs. Which kind of sucks. Imagine how much money I would have got paid if I'd had the ability to get paid during that time. How you doing, Madison? You want XP? 50 XP? I just won't even give you XP. I have questions. So many questions. So many questions. Yeah, change this out to Wu Fight here. I think I already have her up actually. Voodoo, and then this is under item, right? Oh wait, no. Upon entering this thing is what says the Voodoo Fight. Do you get 25 XP every time you send a message? Yes, you do, until you get 75. Wait, there's XP? Wait, I'm so confused. What kind of XP? Where does it track this strange thing? I know you're trying to, you get to the #1 commenter if you talk enough. Is that what you're talking about? Not to being like the #1, well, I guess chatter is that hard. No, actually, it's not even the number of times you chatted, because it's just the order. No. Huh. Maybe it is. I don't know. Just a status thing? So many questions. I don't even see a way to give people XP. What is this thing? Oh. It's actually, it doesn't like you give XP, it's just, you just send messages, so. Because I managed to find a thing for the live stream here, and it shows the XP of the people, but it's just people who've messaged. And it really looks like you just get, all you do is just message and you get them. Let me see. Interesting. Yeah. Fair enough. I didn't know that's how they did it. Makes sense. Makes sense indeed. I got so sidetracked from what I was originally doing and decided to mess with music for no reason. It'd be nice not to have this many tracks on here. Alright, so that just does the music over there just fine. And then... I don't even like Patrick's music that much, not like... Oh yeah, we're sitting on this music. It works. What's my list of things I need to even do? I added in a bunch of sound effects for Patrick because he has like none. It's not bugged anymore. I haven't seen this bug since the weird I moved everything bug. Once you move everything, it was happy again. It's like, Well, I think it's changing how the tarots work. So this way it's just big in levels when you pick them up. Because I think that the other way is awkward. You know? It's like having to get specifically a certain one. Which I'm not a big fan of. Get the music back on. I pointed out that it would just be item level. We'll have to change how everything's set up if I do that, but I mean, I probably need to do something along those lines. Or indicate a different version of the card. How many of those? I'll find my tarot head from the thingies over here. There's a tarot card level right there. Let's change this entirely how this is set up because I have a has card for specifically each one and they pull from each one. And everything checks against having those cards. And I don't want to redo every single location these are used at. But like I said, there is a tarot card level. could have set them as, I'd have to do each individual one there. Oof. And everything is set in there to try to do all those things. I'd have to put all the abilities in there if I did that. That's a real pain. So I could just have a separate tarot card level thing that I do. Maybe item collected here. It really was not set up for the other method. So I mean, I guess I really could just put a number on the bottom of them, just retool the cards like that, and if I do that, then I can leave them as they are. So this way that you, instead of leveling them up, and then I don't have to change anything except for a stupid number. That's probably better, right? Yeah. The other thing sounds like this ridiculous rework of a huge amount of work, and the other, you know, the easy method sounds like I added a number to the card, and I get to skip all that work. And I think it's high time in my life that I realize that the one that sounds easier is probably the one I should take. Call me crazy, but I just have this feeling like it's the right choice to take the easy route here instead of reprogramming the whole system. Because I can just add some 3D text and up in the corner have a number for it or something like that. No. No. Sleep well, Innsbruck. Depending upon how fast you get up, I might still be streaming by the time you wake up. Who knows? I would say stranger things have happened, but it seems to happen quite a bit. It doesn't seem strange at all. It seems pretty normal. Don't get technical. It seems a little normal. Just saying. You do the next game? Yeah. I do have a plan for it that I would probably make the next Poppet Quest with a very different version, or a very different mechanic. I even considered the negative version of the tarot, because the tarot cards have reverse meanings too. But that's if there's a Poppet Quest 2. So far, the first one I think has like 35 wish lists or something. So yeah, not gonna lie, if that's all the wish lists there are, they ain't going to be a 2. They're going to be a different game entirely. Call me crazy, but that ain't many wish lists. Nah, man, nah. But to be fair, it's been a pretty short period of time, so. Yeah, I still sit at 35. So, you know, Actually, find where this is at. When I was getting rid of. I didn't want to figure out which things I used on it again, so I'm just gonna cheat it and grab it. Cheat the system. Either way, paste this on here. Why isn't the pool showing up? Prax is not the new one, right? New mesh has to be it. What is going on here? Too fast. Lock? Gone. Weird. Why aren't you moving? Oops. I hate name things. Oops, got instance editable. Can be exposed on spawn in case I need to spawn it for some reason. I don't think I'm going to, but maybe I will. I never replaced you. I missed one. Oops. actually shaving a huge amount of work off my thing here by just doing a couple changes here that make the most sense. Whatever gets the job done with the least amount of effort is the right call. You gotta shrink the collectible sizes, I guess. We'll make the card smaller. Add a 2 at the top right. I take a bio break here in a sec here, because man, I've just been my bladder is less happy with me lately. Don't know why. Maybe I just drank a lot of things. I guess it has been like an hour and a half or something. But usually I go a couple hours. Interesting. Guess I didn't eat a whole lot of food either, so probably just goes right through me because I didn't eat food. Happens if you don't eat. Oh, the Hierophant's in there too. I forgot you. All good. I'll be right back. Pretty much that dev dealing. Not if you realize this, but I'm just here so the chair can take breaks during the stream. It's the real streamer. Let no one tell you different. Yeah, I got all of them. Pretty certain I did. Yeah. F all that. That looked like a lot of extra work. Oh, did you miss my response? Oh, no, ads. Damn. Rough. Wait, did I not keep a version of YouTube open? Oh, I did. It's just off to the side here because I pulled it out to show off some stuff. Okay, now you're back. I was just saying this. I'm just here so that the chair can take breaks. The chair is the real streamer, so I don't know what you're talking about. The chair has a realistic model of me. Don't question it. It's how it works. I do need descriptions for this stuff. I do kind of want to work in the Magician Room, having a few extra things in it. Inputs for messages, dialogue for the crystal balls, info for the collectibles, just kind of saying what it does. Yeah, that's fair. Thumbnail is good stuff. I don't know if you know this, but the thumbnail is the goods. Have you never seen the game before? This is your first time chatting, but you could have been a lurker. Shadow people are hard to track. It's like an showcase things about it if you've never seen it before. Not much point if you've already seen it. Okay, well, I'll give it like a mini tour then. I do indeed. Quite a bit, actually. Quite a bit indeed. Yes. Alright, closing all these extra windows in the background here. So the game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who was killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll. This is Poppet. And the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is what brings all the toys to life at night. I guess I should say that she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, which is kind of like a theme park inside of a building where all the toys come to life at night because of a curse. Anyway, as your sanity starts to get lower, you start to suffer insanity, and that's what all the words are in the sky. They don't hurt you, you can jump through them, they're just there to be annoying. And to warn you, because, well, if your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you lose. Get your sanity back, you go back to the light, and you get your sanity back. But you don't get any curse power, so you gotta bounce between the two in order to use all your abilities. She uses tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Take a second to load in her. Nope. No, I can't hit that for some reason. Why can't I hit you? Oh well, the game's still being built, so you can tell why. Yay! This is the magician. It's basically telekinesis. You can pick up small objects and throw them. Mouse is currently not working? Okay, mouse is working again. Go back to the light real fast. Oh no! You can also turn on enough lights, open drawers, cupboards. Move door handles if you have the key for them. Open windows, you know, stuff. I guess I need my sanity back quite a bit, but... So you see this traversal thing here so you can get places. This is the room her explaining how to do these things. Or suggesting, hey, maybe you should do this. You only get it in the one room, though, for this particular tarot. Never again. Never. Never. Right now I'm in decorating mode. I need to add a bunch of things to this room so that's a little neater. Get my sanity back before I make this run. This run is long. Oh, the encounter system has decided it doesn't want to attack me up here. Good. I wasn't looking to fight right now anyway. You can also break stuff with the fool. Wander on through. It's a steampunk game. There's a giant city out here. You can't leave the building because the curse is on the building, but, you know, you can at least see it as you run around the outskirts of the building. We won't stay out there for long because my sanity is dropping quick. I modeled some of the stuff. I made Poppet. Built the lamp. I made some of, like, you know, the building, the pipes, things like that. Some of the pipes anyway. Some of the pipes I did. I made the hollow pipes. Duct. Some of the enemies, not all of them. I built the contraptions out of parts, so they're not like a regular model so much as just parts I found. Like those things I made out of parts. They're a lot of fun though because they break. Oh, this is Temperance. It's a bubble wand, by the way. That's why it bubbles things. Yeah, I made all the bosses for the most part. Well, that's incorrect. I made most of the bosses. All the female victims. There's a bunch of teddy bears I made and chess piece thingies and stuff like that. So I made assorted things, but I made these breakable grates. Oh, cool, thanks, yeah. I'm making 66 abilities. The purple dots represent the abilities I've actually made, and the, you know, black dots not so much. I'm in 16 months in or so. Trying to release in about 15 more months. Let's see how that goes. First chapter's largely pretty done. Like, I'm just kind of embellishing it and polishing it at this point. I need to add in some story, and it should be pretty golden. The second through fourth chapters, not so much. Fourth chapter's like 40% done. The third chapter's like maybe 15% done. Honestly, I think the fourth chapter might be about 5% done, honestly. It's more done than you think, but not as done as I want it to be. It's got a long way to go. I just recently swapped the music in here. Makes me happy that there's a different music to listen to. You want to fight? No. This is a Wheel of Fortune. It rolls dice. Black dice deal damage based on what they roll to enemies nearby them, so you gotta try to land them nearby the enemies. And if you do, they do lots and lots of damage if they roll well. And the white dice heal you based on what they roll. You don't gotta be near them though. That's the hope. I mean, obviously, if I don't successfully get it done by then, I'm not going to kick it out the door partially made, you know? But I'm trying to release it by, you know, October 2026, you know, Halloween release, because, I mean, this game definitely smacks of a Halloween release, right? I just botched this again. I'm so bad at my game! I mean, there might be DLC later as I make more stuff for it, sure, but the actual game itself will be complete. If the game is popular enough, I'll create DLC for it. None of this day one DLC crap. It'll be the, I just squeak the game over the finish line. It's finally finished. And if it sells well, hey, yeah, okay. I'm gonna make some DLC. Otherwise, it's be on to the next game, right? And depending on how well this one does, it might be Poppet Quest 2. And if it's not, well, if it does terrible, it won't be Poppet Quest 2. It'll be something else. We will see which one it is. I have considered that, you know, doing like if October 26 rolls around, and it's not ready, I have considered an early access. I don't want to do an early access because I don't think the game model really fits that very well, but it's probably just going to be, I mean, I just want to release it as a full game. But who knows, maybe I'll get some funding for it and then I can actually hire people and make it even cooler. I'm a solo dev, so you know. But my perfect world, the game gets released October 2026, completed, and then people like it and I make DLC for it as time goes by. I have some great DLC ideas, but they haven't even been started yet. Not gonna make DLC for a game that don't sell. I actually have a great mechanic for how I could actually have DLC too. Because, you know, there's a lot of, you know, people who are killed and their souls are stuffed into dolls, but one of them, this one, her soul got stuffed in the paintings, so she travels between the paintings. And she'll let you travel through the paintings to get to the painting world. Which, if I do this, will cause probably a glitch in the game because I have the wrong game mode enabled, so it'll random me back to the wrong location, but you jump through there, you get to the painting world, then you can unlock other paintings to go back and forth. Like I said, you have to have the right game mode, otherwise it just randoms me, and that's... It's not set up right now for that, but in the regular game. So I can just have paintings in there that actually lead to whole other worlds. So I have the right vehicle for that sort of thing. But... that's a future me problem. I'll keep adding things to these things. It's the my control panels. Well, thanks for the follow, that Dev Dylan. Oh, this can also make cubes. I like this. It goes, and you get cubes, and you can pile in places in order to get places. It's a late game ability, so you know. I have everything unlocked, but they eventually do vanish. That's why they're counting down. Watching they go. Kind of fun, you know? I'm glad I switched the music in this area. I was using the same music for like the first 6 rooms or something. It was terrible. 0 out of 10, did not like. I have not actually heard of Fears to Fathom. What is this that you speak of? Also, this game does have a Steam page, if you're curious. It's actually linked in the top comments. For those who wish to wishlist or follow it on Steam, it does in fact have that. I finally got it as of last Friday? So it's a very new thing, and I'm very excited I have one. I'm not so excited that Valve has 100 of my dollars now for it, but... I am excited that I have a Steam page. Because it's my first Steam page. Yay! Baby's first Steam page. pretty much. I'll use some of the weirdo abilities. This is the Hermit. It's main ability that creates little, like, you know, balls behind you as you run around, and then you can detonate them to deal damage to things. They eventually do go away if you get too far, if you got too many of them, but I might cut the number down to its a lot big number. But it's all about running away. Activate. Beep 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 beep. Yay! Hermit's a room. Basically what he did was he developed his first game, Fears to Fathom, Home Alone or something like that, and he released it for free. Had people play games like a stream them and bring them a contrast, some contrast to a free chapter. People liked it, so then he continued development and is still making chapters, selling them parts. About me, I have a lot of useless information in the bag that can be helpful. I mean, I always appreciate, you know, random bits of information, and you never know, they could prove very handy. But that's interesting. I mean, maybe I could do it that way. It's possible, potentially. I have cut the game down in length because of the fact that it was absurd that I thought I could get it done in the 3-year time span. I basically afforded it. Like, it was, I saw how long the first area took, and it was so stupidly long that I'm just like, okay, never mind. Like, this is just the stupidest thing in the world. Why did I ever think it'd be this big? So the Empress has the Empress here lets you grow and shrink plants as its traversal ability. Yay, grow and shrink plants, yay! Understandable. Made to make on multiple occasions. I see. Yeah. I think we've all made scope issues. Like scope bad decisions over time. It's just one of those things, you know? I think oh, that was an ad break running. I'll talk after the ad break then. Since the person I'm chatting with likely has the ad break. Seems kind of weird to talk during it. Wang. Wee. I don't know if people watch Twitch with the ad breaks. Jesus Christ, they're so horrible. I ended up paying Twitch Turbo because I can't handle it. It's like a psyop. They're just so bad. Like, I can't take it. These ads are so dumb. Suck at Twitch Turbo, and I just never watch another ad. Also, because I raid people and try to talk to them and everything like that. Whenever I do that, it's just like, I hate being interrupted by the ads. I don't think I'd ever raid anybody if I had to watch ads. I'd just be like, nah, I don't want to watch ads. Pretty worth it though, all things considered. I mean, you watch enough days of Twitch, it's like, what, 12 bucks or something? I think well, I used to watch a streamer every weekend. I don't really watch him anymore, so I guess I don't really watch Twitch as much as I did. Now I just kind of stream on it all the time, so it's kind of hard to have time to watch. I watch people I raid. That's true. Alright, so anyway. Doesn't it suck when you make a game that you would like to play and then you can't enjoy it because you know everything about the game? I mean, I enjoy the game anyway. I basically know where everything is, so sometimes I forget on some things if I don't get them. I'm not getting any of the collectibles, so I just have everything unlocked. That's how she says. She jumps into toy boxes. Maybe make the toy boxes cooler, but you know, like, there's collectible things like that. I haven't really collected many things. Just story progress and things. Some keys. There's a map. Shows where you're at. Shows the floors you're on. It's basically like the Symphony of the Night / Metroid map. Currently reveals treasures, but I'm not sure if I'm going to keep that. Nor am I going to put all the treasures in there. I haven't bothered to put the legend for it yet or anything. And the tarot menus, you know, what I was using earlier. Saving and loading works. Just for reasons. All the options popped up. And that would just cause the game to do that. So all that works. So we're good. Huh. Nice time. Well, thanks for watching. And checking it out and all that. And for giving me a potential monetization idea that I'm probably not doing, but it's interesting just the same. I mean, I plan to still slowly collect wish lists over the next 15 months while I work on this game live, which is kind of what I do. As I slowly farm followers on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. Hey Nexus, how's it going? Twitch all quiet tonight, but YouTube's popping tonight. Well, no one talks on YouTube ever, but actually they do have lots of follow, but it's rare. They don't talk that much. I don't know. I love when people chat. Never feel like you can't chat. I love it. I'm always working on the game. There's plenty of hours where nobody chats. And then I'm just like, well, I'm going to get a lot done. So whenever people want to chat, please do. It'd be a lonely hobby otherwise. Yeah. I mean, it was a lonely hobby before I started streaming. I had to stream all the time. Well, I would stream all the time. I have a regular job too. But I stream like, you know, what, 36 to 40 hours a week or something like that. Maybe more. Just over 4 days. Because I don't sleep. Imagine unironically sleeping. Who does that? That's weird. Maybe instead of having some complex tutorial with pictures, I could just say, hey, push these buttons, right? I was making this whole tutorial system. I put the little tutorial menu up thingy, but... Also, I could put the tutorials as a collectible, couldn't I? I could. I could indeed. Then you can, you know, go back to the tutorials later if you want. That's true. I like this track because it's like the default combat music in the other game I'm making. But that game was very different than this game. Very different. I might still make a version of it if Poppet Quest does bad with its same mechanics. I don't know. I don't know if it would work. It's in the back of my head. I stole the hermit mechanic from it. Of course, that game had a much more complex setup for all that than this did. This is just like, I'm going to take the most base concept. Close enough. It's fine. It's all good. We don't worry about it. It's fine. Oh, wait. It's the collectibles menu that does all the work. Just says achievements, that's it. Doop the button. Tutorials? I forgot how this menu worked. We do that. Forget. You pop it. Doing a lot of UI things in the back end stuff. A lot of just things to make things better. But none of it's flashy, I think is the problem. Like nothing is like, oh man, he made a new weapon. That's so cool. It's more like, oh cool. Now it shows tutorials in your collectibles menu. What a great deal. UI stuff is like, gotta be like some of the most boring crap that show off to people. Like you need it. But man. I remember when I did an entire week of just UI things and I built the previous UI, like almost everything. And it was like dead silent in chat for that week. People were not excited. Not at all. I also had less popularity then too, so but, you know, it's just funny. I keep a tier list in my head of which content in game dev is the most likely to be watched. Tutorials? Here's tutorial. That and then I never made these a collectible. Not at all. Let me just populate with a what? Oh, collectible info to menu. Get collectible info. Collectible info bank. It's actually in 2 locations. How helpful. Oh, but these aren't a solid picture, they're a widget. That poses a problem. That poses a real problem. I could just put the information in there too. Hmm. I'm just have to render them or have a widget as an option. I guess I could just straight up put a widget in there. Because if I put a widget up there as an option instead of a picture, then I can just display the widget there. Widget class. We need a scale box around the thing though. And then I can just add every single thing and not change a single thing there. Of course I have to make a widget for each of the various things instead of just having a picture, so I'll have to change it for everything else. But again, if I have a widget, then I can actually maybe set up a system where you could rotate the item or something like that, or do something weird with it. Just haven't added any of these yet. They're just here. I see now why they suggested putting them all in the exact same directory, like the same file types. Because now they're kind of all over the place, and I'm having to type structure in order to find them. Which, at first I thought it would be more convenient to just have it in the directory that uses it, but in a lot of cases, that is not true. I think in the future I'm going to arrange things differently. I also made a directory A for all the merged stuff, so I didn't have to keep hunting down the merged, the folders for all the static meshes I merged for, and for level instances as well, so I didn't have to hunt those down either. But... that's a slate brush. I guess it already has code to add a widget, right? I'm inside here. The battle system is doing well. They're working off, turning off work, so I'm taking time to do it. A lot of it. Nice. I'm glad to hear it's coming together. Definitely, you know, getting it done in like a month and a half for a whole battle system is going to be impressive. I'm not going to lie, especially an RPG battle system. But you just, you know, struggle on, you'll probably get there. I think so. Might not be refined in that time, but that don't matter. Oh, wait. read this. Oh, this one doesn't do anything. Not sure we'll get there? It's rough. It's definitely rough. You never know if people have ad breaks during this, so I never want to chat during the ad break. Well, I would chat to people on the other things, but I can't ever tell on YouTube there's an ad break. I keep getting to do this. This is what I actually go back and point to this. On click, that's what I want. Oh, fair enough. I've always wondered if that makes this like a less valuable streaming time because people don't tend to have ads. It probably does. But I'm getting really good on YouTube. Like, so the more I stream, like during this time, the better YouTube views I get. Though, to be fair, they don't sub, so they're probably all sleeping. If I ever get monetized on YouTube, I can probably quit my job. Well, Twitch doesn't pay much, but my average viewer count on YouTube is so high. They do if you, well, I mean, if you're monetized, I don't know if you're not monetized. I assume YouTube just runs ads and they take all the money if you're not monetized. And I'm like three subs off of the first level of monetization because I have 497 subs at the moment. And it's slow going. The slowest going. But I'll probably get there eventually. I assume. Yeah, I need to find some ads, some content that's better than tutorials, because tutorials just, man, they just don't, they ain't gonna get you there. They are so overdone, I think. Like, I don't think that they're the choice of champions. I would think that the, I need something that's just viral, short type of setup, really. It's the only hope I have of getting enough things, because teaching people stuff isn't very handy. At least that I found. Like, I don't think I've gotten all that many subs off of tutorials so far. To be fair, my geometry brush one has 21 likes. Can you tell me how many subs I get off these things? Oh, 2 whole subs from that one. Nice. Yeah, you look at these, like this one here where I did the geometry brushes thing, and you know, 216 views, that's cool. 5 whole watch hours. Neat, I guess. 2 subs, yay. Yesterday's stream had 222 watch hours. I'm just saying, you know, like this is like, this is such a piddly amount of time But plus 2 subs, which the streams tend to get anyway. So it's like, why would I... What's even the point, right? And that one did really well. Like, the most recent one did, like, actual trash. The most recent one has seen, like, 24 views and 0.3 watch hours. Nice. That one's terrible. That was the most recent tutorial. The first gameplay tags tutorial actually did 133 views and 5.7 watch hours, so that's cool, but not good, but cool. And I don't know why I'm moving it back, it doesn't make a difference. The next one got plus 3 subs in that one. It's 132, 5.6 watch hours. Cool. But then does this have a well live? I don't know if it is a well live or not. Ah, here you go, yeah. Well, the last stream was live. It says this is the watch time it had, which is lower than the other number it said, but whatever. 171 views, but 196.4 watch hours. No subs gained from that one, but the watch time is so much higher. I don't know about them. Like, I mean, like, maybe they're okay. I'm terrible at coming up with good tutorial ideas. And I go back and forth on if something should be complicated or simple, but it looks like complicated is better than simple. But I don't know, the geometry brushes was really simple. I wasn't even very thorough about it. So, So, summon the button. Looking at button triggers, set up collectible scroll box up here. Visibility, sure, clear some children, get collectible collection from Poppet. Just returns the info bank, which I'm going to add to. For each loop, add a widget for exactly the info bank on this thing here. With the image, sure. And then add to the collectible scroll box. Nice. Where does it do this? Oh, one of these is clicked. Yeah, so get collectible info happens there. Whereas this one's get collectible collection. People interested in demo stuff on YouTube? It is only true on YouTube and Twitch, really? Yeah. We'll see. I mean, Kick's slowly picking up people. Sometimes YouTube, or sometimes Twitch is actual terrible. Like right now, there's only 4 viewers on Twitch, so I mean, sometimes Twitch just doesn't even care. Every once in a while, I get a really unpopular night. Those are usually when I do shorter streams. Like if I sit there with like only 4 viewers on Twitch, I'm like at the 8-hour mark, I'll just end it. Save it for those times when I have like a bajillion viewers. No need to work hard on the ones who don't. Of course, I have like 45 watching on YouTube right now. That's cool. But I don't get paid for them, so. Normally I don't mind streaming the extra hours, but if I'm already exhausted, I don't want to pick a day to stream less, it'll be then. What kind of widget are these? That's what I was looking for. I'm trying to figure out what I was doing here. Just a user widget is fine, right? I guess so. Yeah, it's just a user widget. Still just a user widget. Might not be a bad track. The game. Both versions in. Not sure if I like it that much. Probably should wait till the end, but whatever. I won't remember. I probably should wait till the end. Whatever. Oh. Don't do it that way. Do this. Almost forgot. Hmm. So this way. I want to add child. I'm upgrading my knowledge of how these work. I always forget how all the weird UI crap works, and then I do a bunch of UI again, I remember, and then I don't do UI again forever, and I forget again. Just saying. Oops. Definitely a mess. Let's see. Still in UI for like 6 months. Probably all on Java and UI. I mean, it's still pretty useful knowledge. I mean, you've got a product for what people are buying. I do make systems, but yeah, all driven by the UI. Really? Yeah. You can make a lot in UI. Maybe a whole game. After all, what, like the, was it like Slay the Princess was probably made entirely in UI? I would assume. Probably. Surprised it wasn't. I'm just cleaning this up. It's too big of a mess. Remember the game? Only have you? Yeah. Pretty much. I mean, you know, the visual novels aren't that bad. Like, you know, if you've got good art and the ability to write, they're actually a really good choice because they're great on phones. Something I think people really underestimate is how good a visual novel plays on a phone. I'd consider making phone games if I wasn't so dead set on making this, but I'm still not sure it was a good choice to make this, you understand, but you know, whatever. Just cleaning this mess up, so gross looking. I mean, yeah, that's kind of cool. The Slay the Princess thing was all good set up like that. Just quality voice acting and visual, like, you know, art. I might make a visual novel next time if it comes to it for phones, if I need to make a quick buck, you know. I also consider point-and-click games. Pretty easy to make one of those too. Why say graph is not editable? Wait. Author on item collected. What am I going to say for this here? It's probably the name of the tarot. Let's see. Mine's based on visual novel, but the good thing with Unreal is making 3D is super simple. Yes, it is. Like a platform visual novel. You mix it up, yeah. I mean, people act like, you know, you have to make this AAA, you know, action RPG, God knows what, but you ain't got to do that at all. I'll probably make something super creative next if this doesn't do well. Like, if this does amazing, I'll make Poppet Quest too, but if not, I'll make a project that is much faster to make. Probably. Or I'll just take all the Poppet Quest's, you know, underlying code and build another game on top of it and start super far into the next project. Which might not be a bad idea too, but a lot of it's just going to depend on how well I think that the next one will do. I mean, I have a long way to go for release, so, you know, who's to say what will happen as far as, you know, what to make next, but something that's visually appealing works really well for streaming though, which is, I think, the best choice for me, being a streamer and all. I mean, it's kind of what I do, be a streamer. I mean, I still only have 35 wish lists on Steam, so I'm just saying. And it has been basically about a week. Not quite a week, about, you know, about a day, about half a day off of a week, but okay, no, maybe about 18 hours off of a week or something when I put it up, so it's terrible. That would be, well, okay, if I got 35 wish lists every week, then it would be fine. Probably, because, you know, I have, I mean, that means every year I'm getting, you know, 1,820, which would mean the game was a failure, but not as big of a failure. We'll have to see. Advertising is going to be a thing as I go along. I got to get ready for Screenshot Saturday. Yeah. Post on X like crazy. Alright, so I did this setup here. It's gonna be really interesting to see what happens. But I am gonna ramp up advertising because now I have something to advertise. You know what I should also do? I should actually just add a photo widget to it. Probably not RPG like I'm doing too. But if I manage to make something as complex and business and fast, I might consider doing more of it. Yeah. I mean, you can make pretty complicated systems in UE very fast. I mean, some people take a ridiculous amount of time. I don't know what they're doing with their time, but you can do pretty quick. Let's see how this works out. I'm gonna go pick this up. I think I have what I need to make it work. I have to ungive myself the fool so I can collect it again. What I just do? Oh wait, I'm not even giving myself the tutorial. I have to actually add one more thing. What in the world is going on? Now else being a piece of crap. I'll do it again here, but this time I'm just gonna do tutorial. Because the tutorials aren't an item you pick up, but them having a collectible would be useful. I hate the save bug. Hey Rappeteer, how's it going? Go just in time to be just in time. As always, I never know for what, but you are just in time for it. And you should be proud of being just in time. Cough, hack, wheeze, I'm allergic to game dev. Alright, so with that there, can I go to the collectibles and view it anyway? Well, it does add this, but it's not in a size box, so it needs to have a size box, so... And that will give kind of an idea. Pretty good. Thinking about taking a few days off from streaming and consolidate everything. That's fair. Streaming is definitely work, no doubt. I enjoy it immensely, but it's definitely work. Yes. That's where I end up exhausted all the time. I should probably put this image just directly in here and just add an image thingy. What I'm working on? Right now I'm adding the tutorials to the menu so that there's a backup version of the tutorial. Which means that I was going to add widgets to the tutorial, to the collectibles image here. So this way you could, I could just spawn a widget in here that has sort of information if there's like some sort of whole. Actually, do I even want a whole widget? That's a good question now thinking about it. Maybe I just want a picture. Maybe I'm stupid. Because a widget would be clickable. I probably just want a picture then. Oh, that's probably better. That's right. I'm dumb. The only cool thing about a widget is you could rotate it or something if I wanted. But for you to rotate it, you'd have to basically... I don't know. That'd be a big extra amount of work, and I don't care that much. Like, I don't know how necessary rotating a graphic is in those. It's not like you're gonna rotate it to find some sort of super secret puzzle or something. None of that's in this game. So yeah, I'm dumb. I just wasted a bunch of time on something stupid. All I really need to do is just open these things up and screenshot them. Like a smart person. And not a dumb person like I've been doing. Right? Actually, to be fair, I probably should just put a background on these so that they're not as they are. I guess I don't necessarily need a background. Exactly. Earlier I did exactly that too because I had I was gonna rework the tarot stuff so that you picked them up and you gain levels for them, and I was like, or I could just put a number on each of the cards to say, hey, this is the one you picked up, because I swapped all the cards out for non-custom ones because I didn't want to redo them, so I just put a number in the corner, and I'll probably make it a different material, but this way you just know which one you got. And it saved me having to redo the entire thing, which was going to be stupid. Like, why would I want to do that? It's stupid. It'd take forever. So I was like, I'm going to do this. Now I'm just done. Neat. Great system. 10 out of 10. Actually, I should do a better job of this. Actually, this is... whatever. Try again. I guess I'll just get the whole page as it is. Or close enough, sure. But I can just directly save it. Oh yeah, I can just hit G and make that vanish. That's cool. How about that? So let's do this, grab this whole thing here. Maybe there's a thing around this here real quick. Out to the side real quick, have to reset up some things here. I tracked down a crash bug that only shows up in builds. So annoying, something somewhere is trying to access an invalid memory location. Have you tried shaking the actors? Because we've established that apparently shaking the actors fixes things. Well, you can do a non-production build. There's like there's a build that has like all the console in it and everything like that. Yeah. I really wasn't actually shaking it. I moved the things and then moved them back. But as a joke, I shook them up and down because I was like, well, apparently shaking them does everything you did. Which is so stupid, but here we are. It turns out you just shake it. Duh. I thought you knew this. That's how it works. You just shake the dumb thing. It's much smarter. You just shake it. Screw all that crap I just did. Better in the long run anyway. Oh yeah, I look over at water and some bug died in it. And I was like, really? Bug freaking died in my water? I see how it is. What the hell? See, it clearly died in there. That's what happened. Now you know. It's like the 5-style stupid happened that day. I don't understand how it worked, but there was many levels of stupid that happened. when you go to produce, actually go to package the thing. See, you can use project settings for development or a debug version of the game. The shipping version doesn't have any of the crap. But depending upon which one of these you select when you're packaging your project, gives you more stuff. I usually just leave it in development, so this way, you know, I have access to like the console and everything to screw around with stuff. But obviously, you know, there's a debug option too and all that. Yeah. Most of the time you should just use the development one and not bother with this until you're ready to ship. Though debug game is probably better. Development's like the default one. And like I say, it includes the console, but debug's probably much, much better at doing what it says, I imagine. It'd be awkward if it was worse at debugging. And now you know. And knowing is 52.47% of the battle. According to the, you know, the internet, which is never wrong. Never. About anything. Like ever. Wild. They're just always right. Wait, is there a my cool variable? What the hell? My super cool variable. Why is there a my super cool variable? Now I'm curious. What does it do? Not very cool. Get me all excited that it's supposed to be super cool. Keyboard likes to add keys. It helps. Usually build bugs is due to FPS increase or colors. Yeah. Well, that's fair timing issues, as I like to say. When the timing is wrong, problems occur. Gonna wrap this with a scroll box and a scale box. Oh, sorry, like a size box and a scale box, or is it the way around? Size and scale, yeah. No, actually the size is fine. You know, when it was doing a big project, we had a lot of issues with call order. Some things were just supposed to get component first for finding functions. Some things got real angry, they didn't have any purpose. Yeah. Timing issues. You end up having to check for validated stuff all the time. Force things to load in certain orders. It's definitely a pain. It is a lot of work. Yes. Aha, it's tiny. Problem with that is it's too tiny. does load in though. But I never intended to have a full-on image like that. I could just have an explanation of what it is written in the thing. And the image could also be set to be way bigger too. The image could also appear behind stuff too. Like I could have a picture of a thing, then I could have the text over the image. That's not the worst idea. I don't know how many ones have actually entered information yet, so there's that problem. I could type some things in now. Also, I don't know why there's a blank one. That's how text overlooks, because I don't have to have text if it's just a big image. Oh, I usually start way earlier than this. I am currently at 4 hours and 43 minutes. I usually start about 5 hours earlier than this, but I started a little late today. And I usually go like 8 to 10 hours, depending upon how many people are watching. If a lot of people are watching, or I just feel really feisty that day, 10 hours. Sometimes 11 or 12, I've done that. If no one's really watching, or I'm feeling really tired, and no one's watching, or very few people watching, then I cut it earlier, like 8 hours. Right now, there are 46 people on YouTube watching, 7 on Twitch, and 2 on Kick, so... But I don't get paid for the YouTube people yet, so don't get too excited. But usually I go about 8 hours for certain, because I have 2 jobs, so I have my regular job and then this, so I get kind of burnt out, you know? Call me crazy, but I get a little burnt. I only stream 4 days a week at this point. I might upgrade that to more, but I think that the reality of the matter is probably not happening. Until I get the stuff submitted for the Epic Mega Grant. And then after that, I'll probably go back to streaming 5, maybe even 6 days a week. Definitely 5, but maybe 6. Also, I was trying to make videos to get subs on YouTube because I need 3 more subs on YouTube for the first level monetization and 500 more than that for the second level. I just don't sleep, Smile, duh. I thought you knew that. If you sleeps for the week, who sleeps? Freaking losers. Sleeping. Whatever. Do I eat? What is food? What is anything? What is the outside world? I don't know any of these things. I don't know. I used to know. I gotta put it at the right aspect ratio. It won't even be helpful. It's not ever gonna be big enough to be visible. So maybe I don't do these numbers and I just leave it small and I just put the text to what it is. Explaining what it is, probably better. Because otherwise I don't really, it's like, even if this spread out like this wide, you can't read it. Not really. But if you want to get anywhere in the streaming world, you basically need to stream long streams. Like, no joke, the longer the stream, the longer you have to just accumulate people, and as you accumulate people, it pushes you farther up the thing. So, which means you'll get more people. So it's very beneficial to stream long periods of time. Short streams are garbage. If you're going to stream like 1 to 2 hours, I wouldn't even bother. That's really what it is. Like, I just wouldn't bother because you just don't have time. Like the first couple hours I stream, I get like nobody. Like, you can see how it works on YouTube here. Look at these first hours. So I went streaming, like, you know, I started, I believe around 10:30, so like an hour in is when I started seeing more people, really. It's picked up since then, but that first hour, whatever. Heck, it wasn't until about 11 that I was sitting at like 2 people. You see it picks up, it steamrolls, yeah. So I mean, that's just how it works. You want to stream as long as you can. Because you're rewarded for it, and you're heavily punished by short streams. Yeah. That's just my advice, you know. It's pretty much just my recommendation. And if at any point you get a large raid, stream for longer. Always stream for longer if you have a large raid. Even if those people don't follow you, it doesn't matter, because it pushes you up the thing on Twitch, right? So more people will click on you because you're just higher up. So yesterday I got rated with by Leogramma for like 104 people. So I streamed 10 hours, even though I had planned to stop at 8 hours because I knew I was gonna have to get up and go work. So I just had a really no sleep day because you can't get raided by 104 people. You keep streaming. Well, if you're smart, you keep streaming. You stop while you can, but are you sure you want to stop? It doesn't seem like a good plan to me. You know what I could do? I could split these up into small, like a picture and a potential thing too. So I could actually have the option for picture plus text, picture plus text. Or I just put the text in there. I don't want to get too crazy on this. I mean, they're just tutorial thingies. Because otherwise, once again, the keep it simple stupid thing, right? Here I'm not trying to keep it simple, I'm being dumb. So instead I just put the information in here. Image size, collectible info right here. Or did I add an image? Oh, I think I did. Did I? Oh. Oh, I see. Let's test. Maybe I did. That what I did? Was I doing that? This does not seem like what I was looking for. Oh, for a sound. Oh, okay. It's so it played audio when you clicked it. Okay, then. Okay, fine. Sure. Yeah, well, this is like basically so you can look back and see what the tutorial told you to do in case you missed it, right? At least that's my theory on it. So, I mean, it's probably a good idea because you can easily miss the tutorials. I'm not going to put voice acting or anything like that. I'm going to put funny little flavor things in for other stuff, but for the tutorials it makes sense to have those. Probably might read them to say like action button or whatever. I don't know. It just says in there instead. They're pretty spaced apart though. Not incredibly easy to read, but they're also very spaced apart. I don't know why they're so spaced apart though. They shouldn't be. I guess in case I really want a really long text. But honestly, if that's the case, I don't even need to put them in separate things, right? I can just put them in one. That is true. I'm experimenting here. You can't really space them inside these, huh? I could also just take an image from the tutorial and put it on top. Maybe that's a better idea than having a tutorial picture. Just one of the images to show what it is. So I take one of these images and put it in there. And then I can just, you know, be golden and not worry about it. That is really hard to read. Maybe I do that. Because this just looks terrible, right? Like, why would you even use that? It looks like awful. No. Just no. It's so bad, I should feel bad for having even used it. There's an image size option, but why? I guess I just use the same image size, doesn't matter. This one doesn't have anything special. I am gonna have ones that are set out like this. This is just things I put in quickly to see if it will work. I'm gonna go through and add a bunch of text. It's obviously bigger here, but you know, this was just so I actually had something else to do. Yeah, I like this better. At least you can see what it is, even though it's big. I might put a border in here. That's true. I could put a border in there. Do I want to? You know, like I have a border on my, see I have the borders on these for my pages, for my to-do list and everything. We have a description for a lot of the items and stuff. I don't have descriptions for all the weapons and things, so I'm gonna have to go through and write all that. And I assumed this weekend I was gonna do all that, because I could sit there and write it on stream, but somehow I don't think anybody's going to find that exciting. I figured I'd program everything right now so that it worked the way it was supposed to, and then on the weekend write up a bunch of crap and then put it in over the weekend, or put it in during the stream, but not write it during the stream, just start copy pasting it in while I chat with people. Because having things to do while you chat with people is also not bad, since sometimes you got a lot of people and you might as well have something you can do that you can accomplish while you're chatting. Yeah, man, you might as well. I don't know why it's adding extra tutorial one. That's weird. There's already one in there, that's why. Right? If I drop that out there. One of these trucks consists of the stuff Papa is actually collect. The other one is just information about them. So this way I have access to, you know, all the other ones. So yeah, one of these in for each of the various, well, basically I'll have to add in 66 of them by the end of it. It's possible I make them a lot simpler and not have some big picture thing for it. Maybe they're just things that appear on the bottom of the screen. Because when I first made those, I didn't have the ability to do that, but over in these places here, I guess I'll re-put the full back on real quick here. Over in these places here, it just actually will say as you're walking around, it's like, oh, okay. Her suggesting what she can do. So I could do that as tutorials instead. Because they're a lot more contextual for what's going on. You go by a door and she's like, oh, wow. So I could do those or trigger boxes. Maybe. I'm gonna take a quick bio break here. I'll be right back. I'll let people stare at the city or something. My brother is demanding a break. Yes, I'll be back. Let's see. So it doesn't replicate any of the other builds? Let's see. So what you're saying is you shook it up and down and it worked, right? That's what I just heard. I keep telling people, it's all you gotta do. No other explanation required, just shake it up and down. It'll be fine. That will forever be known as the stupidest bug I've ever had in all of Unreal Legend. Just so dumb that I don't even have words for it. It's just stupid. But funny. Stupid, but funny. Really stupid. On the plus side, the way this is set up, I'll be able to have everything in the collectible thing, right? So the item is it? So it's sorry, info. Or collectible actually would find it just as easily. So I can just put every single bit of information in the game that's about any specific text basically here. Except the dialogue for people. So it'll just be add and go. Not super ideal, but it be what it be. And it be no more. I guess. Sure. Why not? I guess I'll have to change it from here too. So I'll actually, I don't know. I'm gonna have to redo a bunch of crap for this. This is just like, I guess placeholder crap. I guess to be fair, if it's just placeholder crap, why am I inputting it into here if it's just gonna be that, right? Does it matter? So I'm just gonna have to change it. I'm also gonna have to make it set up where I reference what the buttons are. I'm not sure if I'm going to do controller support for the demo for them or not. Think about that. When I started streaming, did I start with Facecam? No, I did not. You can actually see my earliest streams on YouTube. Where I talked in there, my microphone was not that good. Nah, man, nah, man. It was bad. It was the worst. Can I show more videos at the same time? Filter? First time I ever streamed was me working in let's see. Notice any difference with? I mean, people connect to you. You should get a cam or you should get an avatar. You should 100% not go without. Over time, like, people get they get attached to you, right? Like they get to know you better. If they have something to look at, something to put a face to, like basically something to put the voice to. So people will definitely connect to you far better with a cam or an avatar. Where did I put that? Oh, yeah. Long ago in a land for I will thumbs up that. That's right. For that first stream, I will thumbs that up and I will like it. I'm not even doing this, I remember. I think I was working with Incarnate. I don't even know if I talked that much. Probably not. But I was building these map thingies. Oh wait. Can't even hear me with music.
I don't really want the crystals in the way of them walking. I think that's the only thing I need to worry about.
Ooh, that microphone. Oh.
One of the biggest problems is that
It burns.
pretty little backgrounds tend to have probably not a lot of space to walk, in all honesty. Which just doesn't work out so hot. I mean, I want people to be visually
Catch you later, Lefus.
I also want them to, I don't know, be able to play a game too.
I'm suffering.
Just maybe. I suppose I make
I think I redo this thing here.
inspiration. That looks pretty good. Like that should be good.
Yeah, I was putting in a game or something like that, like for RPG Maker. Yeah, no, I remember this. I remember all too well, but yeah. The audio was terrible. There were 35 views on this stream.
That's,
Oh god.
not too bad back there.
Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. 0 out of 10. Why the hell did I even listen to that? But listen, I mean, we all got to start somewhere. And I was part of the RPG Maker community, and somewhat, I was pretty well known in there for quite a while, so that gave me a leg up on a lot of people. You know, as far as, like starting numbers, but I still didn't do well. Like, I did terrible for a very long time. It's the only reason I'm starting to get traction on YouTube at all. But I mean, I did 3 test streams where I didn't actually even record them. Well, I didn't make them public. Those were them there. Actually, yeah, I was trying to get them to work. This one I just wanted to record another so I could turn it into a thing. And then I started doing RPG Maker streams. And you see the RPG Maker stream did okay, but that was like a 14 minutes. This is garbage for a long time. You can see it took me a while to start getting anything. Long while. And I started picking up some numbers over time, but it wasn't, this was like RPG Maker all the way up until, actually I used Unreal Engine right here and it didn't do that great either. Unreal Engine still didn't do that. Oh, actually, that was, no, it didn't do right there. And when did I switch? Completely over. Well, I was playing Half Minute Hero online, so I had no views on that, of course. Basically nothing, and then this stream mysteriously had like 130 views. They shot up a bunch right here. Like I did the last RPG Maker stream, and then I just started doing Unreal Engine, and the views were much higher after Unreal Engine for certain. Well, that one I set to private because I think it broke or something. Yeah. The numbers went way up. But I've had some really bad ones too. I mean, it just happens. The thumbnail makes a difference too, I think, but I stopped even bothering with thumbnails because I found that a manufactured thumbnail is way less good than just a screenshot of you doing whatever you're doing. And these did terrible. I think because I took a big break from streaming. Because the first stream was like 4 years ago, and then I took like a multi-year break. So as you can see, I've been at it for quite a while on YouTube to get views. I was already working on games anyway, so it's not like I was really out much. That one had 8. Fantastic. So yeah, sometimes it's like that. But then you see the numbers started really going up back in March. There was like a 349, then low, 186, low, and then jumped up again in April. Yeah, they've been much higher since. So yeah, I don't know when I started a cam particularly, but actually, when did I start a cam? Surely I had them by this point, right? I did. It's over to the side. Blocked by the thing. Yeah, I don't remember when I started a cam, but my advice is honestly get a good microphone because that matters more than anything, and then at least, at the very least, get yourself a VTuber avatar or something. If you don't want to be seen on camera, which is fine. I'm just too... I don't even know if my computer could handle all those things. Playing the game, streaming, and doing, you know, Unreal Engine, and, you know, a VTuber model. But to be fair, if you're going to be a VTuber, the only time you end up successful with VTuber is if you have a hot chick VTuber model. So it's true. I don't think I've ever seen a successful male VTuber who wasn't cosplaying as a female, because like Zentrea is literally a dude using a voice changer cosplaying as a hot chick, and Zentrea is very popular. So, you know, just saying, you can do it, but I've never seen one using a male avatar be popular. Ever. It might exist. To be fair, I'm not exactly a connoisseur of male VTubers. I'm not really even a connoisseur of VTubers in general, but I'm not really looking to watch a male VTuber particularly. Why do the female ones do really well? Because they jiggle the whole time when they do everything. That's pretty much it. People just want to watch them jiggle the whole time. Yeah, basically. But I think that for being a guy, it's better to just be you. It really is. Nope, like I said, there could be VTubers doing really well that are guys. It's not like I have time to watch streams hardly ever. Like, I just show up when I have time to check out people's streams, say hi, but most time I raid someone's stream and I'm been streaming for like 10 hours and yeah, I don't stay around all that long a lot of times. Sometimes I do, but man, any day where I have to work that same day, I am just lucky to get the 6 hours of sleep, which is why I tend to just go and then leave as soon as I can. I watch the streams before me or on the weekends more. Because if it's before me, then I could be, you know, selling things online, and thus I can have that on the side monitor. And if it's the weekend, then I largely have those off, even though I tend to work on other stuff during that anyway. So all the time I have to do anything extra is always like the weekend. Anyway, what was I even working on? I got sidetracked. It happens all the time, which is fine. Like I say, I need to add in a bunch of info, and like I'm gonna do that all on the weekend. I don't see any reason to sit there and type crap out while you guys watch. I don't think anybody wants to watch that, and I don't want to watch that, and I'm gonna have to do it. So these two are these are getting left out. So we'll put this for the weekend, because the weekend's still a couple days away. I might need to program the any demo message. I am going to improve the thing visually here. So yeah, these ones are all going to go on to later. What's it, Ann Patrick? I don't even have a dev logo. To be honest, though, I don't actually have a studio name either, so. True. I do need to set up better descriptions for the menu thing. That's true. I'm considering having a thing where it only says what the tarots do if you go into the menu, and then having a separate one that's the selector tarot thing. So this way you have the option for which one it is. Like, I might make it easier that way. Okay, I'm tripping. I tried the other types of builds when you were replicated. I'm sure that was working fine. Did you shake the build up and down? So I keep telling people, you just shake it up and down and it just works. I guess so. You just gotta remember, shake it up and down and it'll work. As well you should. That's how you do it. You shake it up and down as some sort of ritual and hold a drink out in front of it, and the bug lands inside there. And your game is fixed. You may or may not have to sacrifice a goat to an elder god. That happens. Fine. Lord Cthulhu fixes all bugs. Now, almost none of the things I have left are necessary to do except for add in story things or tutorials for stuff. That's really what it is. Like, gameplay wise, I mean, there's balancing I can do. Some of the enemies aren't that interesting in how they fight because they're early on. But beyond that, and honestly, the Magician was the one that's the big culprit for being too many spawns. Also outside should probably have nowhere near the spawns it does. You no longer save toys, so I'm just taking out that. Basically, I need a plan right now because whenever I hit that point of not sure what I should do, it usually means I need to plan things a bit more because, well, like I say, my goal currently for this is just get the Mega Grant stuff done. I don't necessarily need a dev logo for it. I don't really have a logo particularly. I can just put demo on there. So like, I probably want the like what? Main menu box pictures. Sure. I do have to add sound effects. I'll play that in a second. This will have to get done too. Add them all to the thing. I'm definitely doing these ones today. I imagine these three for certain. This will require DAS work, probably, or I can put things in the boxes. They're just from the world. Or two. I kind of want to tie this to the final High Priestess ability, I think. I think that's true. Because I don't really want to give you the treasure locations in advance, but I do want this to be a thing. So I'm probably going to eliminate it and then just put where things are out on the map. Sure. It's just a passive, so. Where are you at? I guess I didn't really have to make it, but it is what it is. Well, that's the regular map. And just like this, one more ability has been dealt with in the game. I think I only have like, I don't know, 25 to 29 abilities to go somewhere in there. So quite a few. Same. I'll put it in the 4th chapter. I probably have to put it in the first half of the 4th chapter before the bad ending, essentially. So you can use to get the potential items for the good ending, because otherwise getting the good ending will be awful. Yes, awful is the term I'm looking for. You will have to be so thorough to find the good ending without the aid of the High Priestess that I don't think people will want to do it. Or maybe they will, but I mean, there's indicators that, you know, you need to do some more stuff, of course, but I now realize I wrote the dialogue for 43 of 50 crystal balls, so that would mean I would need to have 50 crystal balls in the game for you to find? Oh god, it's a lot. How do I feel about that? It's like a small amount of water here, and it's hard to see, so I want to just delete it, but it's hard to actually catch. Yeah, let's just delete that. It's awful. You just would step in it and die accidentally. It's really hard to tell what's going on, so no reason to do that to people. I can change the colors. Makes you temperance be more like this. And it works. Cool, I have another ability. Well, you're not going to get that early on, so I can just eliminate those from the map. I do have to finish putting these up there in the thing. Dude. Legend. Found myself a slice of bread, so I was like, how much is this slice of bread? And that was not too bad. I really didn't eat too much today, so I didn't have time because I didn't get to sleep. I didn't get to eat food until like I think 6 o'clock in the evening, and then I ate another meal right around like I think 9:40 or something, and that was it. That was my meals for the day, just within like a 3-hour and 40-minute break. Am I just gonna put books on there, or am I put unique things on there? I can put unique stuff, I guess. I wasn't making breakable, but if they're huge, I won't make them breakable, right? Just a little stuff breakable. Oh, yeah, this thing. Definitely gonna add a lot more cool stuff in as I go. Not a lot of magic stuff in here, honestly. This is just like all steampunky things, but maybe I should be finding actual like artifacts and things. Should make a lot more sense than what I currently have, which is not artifacts. Weird tomato city thing. Still using the giant mushrooms from it. Not much else though. Originally I was using these tomato houses, but they just weren't a thing. To be honest, it's just these giant mushrooms here. Tree mushroom. How many other packs have a tree mushroom, right? It's important questions that must be asked. How many of them have a tree mushroom? I had an Ancient Treasures one, and I don't know where it went. But I used it on the other map in a treasure room, so I'm gonna grab those. Maybe a short stream tonight by comparison. I might only go 8 hours instead of 10. Debating. Over in this room I used the treasure stuff. Well, those don't think for the ancient treasures, or were they? I don't know, I think these are actually in that weird cave, right? The older deep caves? There are some strange things in this, so maybe... At least mostly like the weird statues are about the best you got. Everything else is kind of mediocre. Assets, ancient treasures. How many of these ancient treasures in here? There should be way more of them. I probably moved it over and didn't bother to that. Can I add it to the project again? I just need some magical looking objects. Preferably ones that don't have light. Treasures Volume 1 Ancient Treasures, is this the one? Add to the project real quick. I'll look through all my free stuff here. Alright, how many other treasures? Some of these I wish there was an option to remove them from my library. Because they're just garbage. I don't want to use them. Or an option for favorites or something. I only use the Cyber Steampunk Museum hardly at all. I need to add it in. I'll really just start making my stuff better. Because, you know. It had a lot of neat looking stuff. It did cost me 45 bucks, so, you know. As is always the case, I got it on sale. This is way better. I don't know why I have it under assets or something like that, but I could move it over and dupe the thing. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go through and tweak some stuff so that it works better. Or I can just move all the ones that are here. Yeah. Need some organization here. It's obnoxious otherwise. I usually organize off stream though because it's boring. So it'd be something I do with like a show on another screen or something, so I could just look over periodically and be like, okay, click a button. And I don't care how long it takes because I'm watching a show. I think what might be happening is on my days off, I might actually finish up a lot of what I need for the demo because it's all text crap that nobody wants to watch, and work on all the stuff during the week that is stuff that people want to see. Because I don't think people want to watch me write up a bunch of text and then put it into slots in the thing. That doesn't sound fun for anyone. Not good stream content, that's for certain. Call me crazy, but that seems kind of bad. And then I just, you know, work on level design and enemies and things like that for all the other areas that I'm working on in the future. Stream. Why aren't we deleting these too? Are these not? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I update redirect references? No? I did move a bunch of crap. That was just the same two every time that are messed up. I don't care about the demonstration and overview. And soft plastic case from my iPad started crumbling into pieces. How'd that happen? Well, you see, it wasn't working, so he shook it. But he shook it too hard. And you gotta be careful when you shake things to make them work, see, because a little bit of shake makes it work. A lot of shake and it just crumbles into pieces. I don't make the rules, it's just how it goes. Sorry. Think he wants to die? Maybe. Doesn't seem wrong. Why in the world are these having problems now? Why can't I just move everything over?
Right.
I gotta remember never to move things again. Just leave them in the base directories, because whenever you move things in Unreal Engine, it's not gonna go your way, okay? It's just not gonna go your way. Don't do it to yourself. As soon as you move things, it's gonna be dumb. I should have moved all the base folder and then told it to overwrite. Sure. And we're waiting, we're waiting. Should just add these in and just move the ones there. And now they're kind of like halfway between the two again. Yes. Oh, they're still referenced in memory. How about I just save everything? And then I delete them. Reference in memory doesn't make a big difference. It'll get annoyed at me for a second, but whatever. And the worst way, I can just copy it over from the old project too, if it causes a problem. Shouldn't though. Yeah, these are just memory refs. Hopefully I don't break it. This is why I do this crap off screen usually. All the tedious stuff that nobody wants to watch. I ended up watching just this part and it's like, cool, great, bro, but... Yeah, it doesn't work out. You done? No? Okay. I found that you can actually join Twitch's creator clubs, which is like a thing where you can be buddy and join a group. I don't know what it does specifically for you, but something Twitch offers. I was looking at it going, oh, a creator club. Look into what it means. I notice there's groups that certain streamers are members of. So, like Twitch clubs or groups or things. So I was looking into it. When I too could be a cool kid. Maybe. Unreal Engine did not like what I did there, by the way. Like, nah, bro. I said it was only referencing the memory, but I lied. And I'm like, it's like, and I'm like, and between the two of us, we were good to go. We reached an understanding of glaring at each other until, you know, we reached an understanding. It's a very good system. You just glare at the other. And they eventually understand what you're talking about. I learned it from a past girlfriend. I actually lost this sub. Nice. For YouTube. Okay, I'm 4 away. Whatever. I suppose today's thing's not as exciting for certain. Anyway, we'll see what broke. I might have to re-import things because it might have lied to me. Loading the other level takes forever. We'll see if the broken pot still works. I think those were part of the ancient treasures too. Summon broken pots. Nope. Hey Levi. I need to end sub because I like my excitement. Yeah. They come, they go. To be completely fair, getting to 500 subs doesn't actually do anything because all the things it wants to give you are like, well, people can like directly hand you money. Cool. I don't think anyone's going to, but you know, they could, or I can do memberships on there. It's like, what? I don't even know what to do. So, I just assume the most money I get is going to just be from ads. Well, actually, I was waiting for these to spawn. Okay, so these actually have a messed up thingy again. That sucks. It lied to me. It lied to me so much. Okay, well, here's how we're going to fix this. First, we're going to put this over here. But now people come and go. They don't come and go very fast, though, obviously. Maybe they decided they don't watch me, in which case they're like, nope, unsub. In which case, you know, whatever. It be what it be. While I'm waiting for this, I have nothing better to do than check the back end for everything that happens. It's just one of those things. I just look at it, it's like, oh yeah, that's a thing. Oh yeah, that's a thing. That's it, that's what I do. Alright, let's close this version, then open a past version. And then migrate this stuff over, and that should fix the problem. I obviously have to close the past version, because, you know, well, the current version, because I can't overwrite things otherwise. But no, it would be cool when I finally get 1,000 subs on YouTube and can get monetized. Not saying it's gonna, let me, quit my job necessarily, but what it will do is give me, probably a couple $100 more a month towards the game, which would be nice because any funding towards the game is good, right? Gotta bounce. Count out some chores. No back later. You're still streaming. Have fun. Well, thanks for hanging out, RebTier. Good luck with the chores. There's a chance I'm still streaming. Depends on how long your chores are. And how feisty I get. Or if I get a raid. If I get a big old raid, then, obviously I'll just be in it to win it, but... Man, I am... definitely tired from not sleeping. So we'll see. Meta sounds? What is a meta sound? I don't even know. I have questions. Sí, señor. Nah. It really likes to ask me to resave things over and over and over and over and over, and it's like, but why, Epic? It's been saved how many times? I guess Unreal Engine, but still, why? Why? It's been saved so many times. I haven't made any changes to them at all. Not a single one. Yeah, for free time on the weekends, I can always stream playing an actual game. I suppose that's a thing. I don't think I'd get many views doing that. And to be honest, I don't think I'd even necessarily want to, because I'd probably just want to work on my game. I'm so bad about taking breaks. I'm like just terrible at it. Like it's just not what I do. You might think it's what I do, but counterpoint, it's not. See, bug's been fixed. Bug's been resolved. See, I'm smart. I've done this song and dance with moving assets around enough times in Unreal Engine to know how to fix all the problems it causes. I should make a video about masochism in the form of Unreal Engine and moving assets around. Yeah, I'm probably only gonna go 8 hours tonight. Low viewership night combined with the fact that I'm so exhausted. Usually means it's a good time to take what break you can. But I am going to build now because I feel like building something and do not feel like more polishing, bug fixing things. Normally I wouldn't sit there and do those at all. If I wasn't against the time crunch for that, I would actually space it out. But because I am... Oh. One higher. almost want display cases here. It's actually not a bad idea to have some display cases in this general vicinity. Okay, well, I'm 100% certain that the player is going to want to be able to run through this, so it has to have, like, perfect collision. Trust me. You know people are going to want to run through it, and they're going to be upset at me if they can't run through it. Yeah. Whatever. I get it. People hate it when they can't run through stuff. It's just going to be one of those things. Poppet needs to be able to kind of interact with everything. But having this in a protective glass case means I wouldn't have to do this, so it might not be a bad idea. Okay, that's awful. Why aren't these level instanced anyway? Is there some particular reason they're not level instanced? I meant to make special furniture so I don't have to do this problem, but yeah, whatever. Copy location. Destroy this one. Migrate closer. Oh. Open the level instance because it's off kilter. That's not the level instance. They're always off a bit. Also, while I'm at it, no wait to load, perfect. There, grid. I just made this, so there's no way that it has anything at all. Might as well optimize. Also, I was going to use this over in the other room, so I might as well have that too. I kind of wanted to be openable, but in the future, I'll probably keep going back to and adding more optimizations in these things as I go along. You know, just to make my life a little easier. That's awkward. I probably should go through and make it so that they actually stand directly on their thing instead of doing what I was doing. Or whatever. Because all zeros appears to put it in an awkward location. Actually, wait. I can't click these? Oh, I know why. I'm gonna hit it in the blueprint. Oh. I forgot to fix those. I'm gonna put a note to fix that. I don't know why they stopped working, but they don't work quite right. Oh, I noticed you tried to play one of the blurps where Tommy Boy that unfortunately there's something wrong with them. I forgot to fix them yesterday. I don't know why there's something wrong with them. I haven't done anything to them, but I added a few more, but they didn't they haven't worked since I added those, which is bizarre. But I'll play a bunch of them later. I should know why they weren't working. It's so stupid. I should put these on the ground here, easier to make it move around. Honestly, I should have made it where this was like, you know, of a different size or something, I guess. But having level instance ones is like 1,000 times better than not level instance, you know? Oh, I don't want to get an extra one. I don't want one there. Could have put the toy prisons everywhere too. Kind of foo-bars things a little bit, doesn't it? Hey there, Max. Doing pretty good. I'm like done with the first chapter just about, except for I need to add in some story and a few tutorial things. Yeah. Hey, Loadman one. I made some of them. Other ones, you know, not so much. I made all the characters. Well, I made like a lot of the female characters, and I made there's teddy bears and chess piece people I've made, and hollow pipes I've made, and the building I made. Didn't make the table or anything. Did make this bizarre contraption, that's true. I made that. But I'm a solo dev. If you're a solo dev making everything in Blender, your game's never getting done. Nope. Hard enough to get it done even without you doing that. Yeah. Question Victoria? Yeah. It's a really common question I get asked, which is just strange to me, but I guess a lot of people think that I'm gonna make, you know, essentially thousands of assets, including, I don't know, I'm gonna go ahead and say this game's gonna have around 120 different characters in it, between like 100 enemies and like some number, actually it's probably more than that, right? It's probably about 100 regular enemies, probably about 14 bosses. There's Poppet, and so far a handful of NPCs. Could you imagine making that many character models? Holy crap. I made some of it. Like half my character models are contraptions. Built out of pieces and crap. I'm making this room more interesting because it's really boring. But that's where it's at right now. Gonna show off all that. A lot more polished, a lot more abilities have been created. You've probably seen the first area, I imagine. I now have a map system, which up in the corner will keep track of things. It works just like a Metroid map or Bloodstained or Castlevania Symphony of the Night map. Ah, kick it. Yeah. I'll walk around and watch it load up a bit. You know, the map shows you where you're at. I haven't put the little things in to say where that. We have ones for different floors too. The percent you have with the total map and all the ones like that. So that's now available. And you have this menu here for all the different tarot cards with some new fun abilities. Yeah, we've always complained about that, so I definitely listened. It's I don't know if I consider this area that dark, but this area is a bit dark. I do have a second area I've been working on. In fact, I could show off the second area. This now has a wand and a hat. You can also summon cubes now. That's third ability. They eventually vanish. You can throw them, hit things, but you can also stack them to hurt things. It's still nighttime though, so I definitely find this floor is probably a bit darker. But yeah, there's a dialogue system report, but now there's one that also tells you what's going on too as you're walking around. So again, that thing there. Honestly, you know what? I can just show off the second map that I'm working on. This chapter's nearly done too. I don't even know what you last saw, but you might not have seen the second map at all, or the second chapter. This area is about 40% done. It needs a lot of work. Also, sorry about the blurb not working. They are currently... I don't know what happened to them. Tried to solve the mystery yesterday and then forgot about them today. Happens. I'll have to add them back in. But, you know. I'll figure it out off stream, I'm sure. Oh, I also have a Steam page now for the game. So, this is the second chapter. And you will start out right around here. I guess I'll close doors and play it fairly. Nice. Yeah, it's it should be linked in the pinned comment. Where I am doing it pretty good. I need to make a better trailer for it. I just have a couple, you know, game clips up there, and then I made everything else really good on the page, but I definitely need to work on that. Thanks, Letterman. So, this is the second area, featuring weird skull thingies and stuff like that. They do who knows what. Those ones fly around. I made contraptions. Contraptions are basically assembled thingies that do stuff. Justice now exists. It's mostly just a pistol. I gotta give better noises for things like that. Comes with a fun hat though. Wee. Come $2. Thanks for the follow, Hidden Cyber. How goes it? Oh, I guess I'll click the button now. Now, in order to get the tarot cards, you have to open up these little capsules. I call them Mega Man capsules because they look like Mega Man capsules. You'll see them in a second. So it's like puzzle buttons. I wouldn't normally double jump here. You can double jump in a second, so. Push the light button. You see those switches earlier that do things? Mean. I can react to this. The progress of events is great. Yeah. Thanks. Hell yeah. There's like about an hour of content on this map, and like one of the boss fights is in against Charlotte, so you get to see one of the Ghost Girl boss fights. Well, this is the Isle of the Forgotten. So named for the worst bug I've ever had. Well, okay, now the second worst bug, because the other one was stupid. You like what you're seeing? Nice. That's it. Glad that you do. Yeah, like, there was a thing where enemies would spawn on this, and then the game would forget entirely about them. They'd become immortal, and they would just sit there. It was so weird. Only on this stupid little island it would happen. Nowhere else in the game. And thus it got the title of the Isle of the Forgotten. It turns out they were actually hitting the water when they were spawning, like the bottom of their thing was. And it was hitting it through the island. So this was low enough on the water that that would actually cause it. And that was what was doing it. They were actually being destroyed before they were finished being made. And that would cause the problem. Well, this is where you get double jump too. Well, I guess I don't have it unlocked. Well, I guess it... You know? So now you know. Thus, the Isle of the Forgotten was created. The new stupidest bug was from yesterday. It is so overwhelmingly dumb that it doesn't even get a space for it. It's so stupid. So the game was like freezing over and over and over in this one spot, and I couldn't find out any conceivable reason why. Well, it turned out that these crystal balls there, that for some reason the text wasn't loading correctly or whatever. So what did I do? Well, to figure out that that was the problem, I moved the crystal balls farther away so they weren't spawning in. And discovered that was the bug. So then I moved them back, and then it worked. Nothing was changed. It just worked. I was like, okay. And from that point on, the new stupidest bug ever. So that point, I basically proclaimed that from if you want to, if something stops working on rails, you just have to shake it. You just shake it up and down, and it'll start working. You just shake that blueprint, and it's happy. It's so dumb. But now it's a meme at this point. If it doesn't work, just shake it. But it's a great meme. That's why I say the games make themselves. They say to help them. Yeah, you just shake the game up and down and it makes itself. It's great. Whee! I'm sure you've seen the Empress grow and shrinking plants, right? I mean, that's not like a new ability. I picked up double jump anyway, so I'm allowed to use it now. Whee! This level is super unoptimized, so don't worry about the speed issues. Also, my computer's super unoptimized in general. And most of these already? Okay, alright. Well, I'll show off new things then. Is that how we're gonna play it, huh? Damn. Alright. Let's do this. Double pop. Yeah, she has horns. And a fun little thing there. This one is not even, well, it's not game ready yet. It's working its way there. Mostly so far it shoots fireballs with one of its abilities, which is fine. Yep, she's horny. Oh god. But it has another ability. I need a better particle for this. But what it does is it reverses how the curse works. So in the darkness, you now gain sanity, but you don't gain curse power. And in the light, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power. A late game ability. And look, now there's an ad break. Of course there is. So I guess the story is unlocked even though I got the thing for it. Yes. I should say the lower decks. Yeah, there's gonna be an issue with the room thing because I have the wrong room name here. Bit of a bug on this room. This whole map is not even ready yet. Yeah, those things are obnoxious. Are we playing hardball? I think we're playing hardball, huh? You should say words when she does things. God, things in this area do so much damage. The overpowered death weapon. I was killing time until the ad break was over. Welcome back, everyone who had an ad break. Not that there were that many people watching there, but you know, everyone's watching on YouTube tonight. Welcome back. This is the Death Tarot. Apparently it's just a life-draining scythe. Looks cool though. Got a cool hat. Got a cool weapon. Yeah. And it goes. I need better sound effects for them attacking. Curse you little explodey things, you're so obnoxious. Doesn't always hit though, it's not the best at the moment. I don't know what that's causing it to not hit there, but... Can't hit that thing very well apparently. You can jump and hit it. That's true. The encounter rate in this area is ridiculous. It's just... You're better off just running by is my explanation. I'm gonna stand by this light for a second. Because otherwise, things gonna go bad. I gotta hurry up. I'll pick one, doesn't matter. You've seen the Fool. It's obviously one of the older ones. Probably the oldest one, honestly. Maybe saw Wheel of Fortune where it rolls dice. And the white dice heal you based on what they roll. And the black dice deal damage to things nearby based on what you roll. Well, technically, the store shouldn't be open. Maybe it should, actually. Never mind. Can't wait for it to be released. Any more games now? It's more than okay? Yep. I got you. Yee. This causes the water to lower. Oh. I keep getting to read that message. Yeah, this area is about playing with water in various levels here like this, and these like fish tanks basically. I haven't put fish in yet, but this will turn off a waterfall out there. You're trying to lower the water so you can get in there to fight a boss. But the boss is not game ready yet by any stretch, in that I just don't even have a boss there yet. Very lag-tastic though. I haven't even started the optimization process on this particular area, so that's wrong. I did a little, but there's a lot that needs to be done. Like H-loading everything, so it's not trying to load like 1,000 things. I got all kinds of new thingies to add too. Ooh, weird tree-looking thing. Hell yeah. Yeah, it'll take a while. I was basically trying to get a demo to get ready for the Epic Mega Grant, so I've kind of been focusing on the first section a bunch. Because I need to do like all that stuff, so I'm doing all the really boring tasks that need to like make it more of a playable game. So. Because I have until September 22nd. So. And I need to have a demo for them, some kind of, you know, video explaining things, and then like a budget. Everything else should be pretty easy to do, but those are the things I need to do. Yep. Well, if I can't get it this time around, I'll get it, you know, there's another opportunity 6 months down the road, but I'd like to get it sooner rather than later. I'll see what I can get. That key is uncovered now. Water kills you, so you can't jump on those yet because they're just below the water. If you can get the water low enough, you can actually go through this area. Oh, thanks. Yeah. It'd be nice. I think I can get it if I can get a decent demo together for them, because I mean, I have a playable game. It's not perfect, but they aren't looking for perfect. If they were looking for perfect, they would just be like, did you release your game yet? And clearly I have not. But if the ideas sound enough and they like what I've got, plus I make a decent trailer video, maybe. I need a good trailer video for Steam anyway. I should be hurrying. I gotta reduce the particles, there's too many of them. Muscular potential, that's quite unique. That's what I'm hoping. I think it's if I could just produce those things for them, it would be good enough. Well, I started shooting only 4 days a week, so I had time on the weekends because I still have my regular job. I guarantee if, oh yeah, I got the IK to work now. If I get the that thing there, I'll probably quit my regular jobs just so I can do this faster because I have such a short time frame to finish. Stuff, I've been slowly populating the rooms here. Like I said, I took a break from it to do the other. Push this button and then it goes down to the last level, and now you can hey Isegir, how's it going? I could save if the doors are open or not. I don't know if I want to do that. It seems kind of unnecessary. You do leave the magician equipped like 90% of the time, it seems like, when you're just running. Alright, so I need to fix that thing there. Oh, that one. It does do something now, but... So you're trying to gain immunity to water in this chapter. And so... that mushroom is deceptively far away. Oh, no! But I have immunity to water because I'm cheating, obviously. I didn't disable immunity to water. And you would fight a boss in here. How much till the game is out? I'm trying to go October 2020. Yeah, October 2026, but we'll see how that goes. There's gonna be a boss in here. It was originally gonna be a shark toy, but it really just doesn't have enough movement to make a good boss fight, so I'm gonna probably change it out for something else. I'm mostly here for the key then. But yep, all kinds of craziness going out here. Normally you'd have to kill the boss and you have to fight by running around the water, but... meh. Basically I have the boss of the area in. She doesn't have like her own attack yet. I just basically stole the attacks off the previous boss. And then I have a Charlotte fight in that's actually functional. Well, it's never really a fight with her. You're just playing games with her. And she's basically playing red light, green light. Except you're the one calling red light and green light, not her. So, essentially, if you look at her, she'll stop moving. So you just have to make certain that, you know, she's, doesn't catch you. While you, lower the water in this area to get at the Moon Tarot. Be the most epic battle ever. It's actually pretty fun. And getting to be a pretty cool room. Easily the highlight of the second chapter so far. Though I admit that the room for the fight against Sally is pretty awesome. Alright, so after this, now I have the key to get to the second area. Or the second major section of this chapter. It would take a long time to get to this point because you have to fight all the bosses and everything, and I don't really have to get into the collectibles, I don't think, but... Still working on these areas. It's like stairs down and stuff, but you don't have to go down here. These enemies will vanish and then appear. But it looks like they're a bit messed up. Huh. Okay, well that's good to know. I wonder what happened to them. That light's not working very well, is it? I don't know. Anyway. Run to a light, quick. Doesn't matter which one. Here you can see the High Priestess in action. That's actually floating. This area is really, really, really not ready. So the High Priestess has an eyeball that watches for things and will point towards, you know, nearby secrets. And it'll start beeping. And if you activate the High Priestess, she'll wear the eyeball, and then you can see the stuff. It's not free though, so, you know, that's a problem. I'm very hurt. Enemies here do a lot of damage. And I have base health for the start of the game, so... The secret is just don't get hit, Smile. Ow. What a jerk. There's a secret up above that you can get up there. The key if you jump on those things, but I am just moving to the next area. God, they do so much damage. I forgot how much damage they do. It's called a lot. That's Oliver, one of the NPCs. He's dumb, but he looks cool. Giant rabbit. Rabbito. God, these things do a lot of damage. But the encounter system is just no holds barred today, huh? It's just like, you're busy, right? No? Okay. You get the Star Tarot, and if you get up there and get the button, but I already have the Star Tarot, so there's no point. City, ow. Take a lot of damage here. Yay, city. Apparently there's an issue with it not counting me as being on a particular floor or something, and that's why it's saying the room numbers. It's not supposed to say those. Secret passage. Whee! Oh, apparently I jumped too early and didn't have time to clear that away. Oops. It's okay, you can see Spider Pop. This is the Hangman. This is not even remotely game ready. What it does is it fires in a rope from Poppet's neck and latches her onto things. So she just goes burp, 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 burp. Doesn't have good physics on it yet, but it's really good for getting to places that I've fallen from. Yes. It'll obviously be a late game ability, which is why it's not game ready yet, because I don't need it yet. I'm not even sure how I'm going to make it game ready, to be honest. It's going to be, or where I'm going to make use of it. Oh, yeah. This boss isn't even ready yet. I was just going to put like a random boss here to fight, but there's a secret shop this way. Let's see if it locks me out or not. Step off me, bro. Ow. He needs more health and he's have different abilities. I'm just going to use a different model entirely, but I just want to see if this worked because I set it up to test and this should go away. Okay. Ow. What a dick. Going this way actually unlocks that shop. This is the first time I've entered this shop this way. Just in general. So where the Anizons is here. Now they're in the world. Except for now she's spawning in the ground. Nice. At least our items spawn. I can buy items. Items! Except I have no money. I have like 2 gold, nothing's dropped. Terrible. I usually will make note of things. I didn't bother with this time. I probably should be making note of stuff, going, yeah, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. Like, the bugs that I've seen so far, like, I don't remember all of them anymore, but it's like ramp near the lower decks door. Causes Poppet to get stuck. Change the name of the lower decks. Room info. Something wrong with the city room info. Causing it to show room names. Bunch of stuff I need to do. How's the ab rate going? Nice. Oh yeah. Gotta have my notes. I haven't changed the graphic on the top to the new logo yet, but whatever. I just do these things. I kind of want to swap the style in the game to exactly this type of look, but I haven't. Oh. Yes. Kara's winning the fight. You can definitely tell it's been over 6 hours streaming whenever that Kara wins the fight. Like, oh god, why? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Guess I'll wait for people to get back before I continue. I know what else I can write for this. Huh. Get stuck in pirate Amazon's building. Pirate Amazon spawns inside the ground. There's so much wrong with this particular thing. I'd say it's being worked on. I mostly want to show you the Charlotte vibe, but the fact I can get to this room now is an extra fun thing because this room just, you know, been recently built. Is there a key in here for this? I don't even know. I think there is, and I just don't remember what it is. Which is fun, because now I get to find it. Right? Let's see what a jerk I am for hiding things. I'm a pretty big jerk, so... knowing me, it's hidden somewhere awkward. But I accidentally got the grotto washroom. Or I put a box over the top of it and it's inaccessible. Oh, I know where I would put it. I know exactly where I would put it. Let me get my sanity back. I made a wand for this thing here, for the magician. And now it has a hat. Very exciting. Yep, I knew I put it up there. I don't know why this is stuck in there, but I knew I put this stupid key up on top of there. There's no way I wouldn't do something that awkward. I gotta hide more things in there. This whole place needs to be hidden. Let's gotta swap up my earbuds here pretty quick because they're saying battery low, battery low. I think I grabbed this key earlier, or did I? Oh god, I forgot to get that key. Oh, I hate myself right now. Why did I grab that key? Actually, to be fair, never mind, not this way. Back to Anizon's quick, I need to get my sanity. Oh god. Run for it! Run for it! Yep. I'm a savage about hiding things. I put stuff all over the place. And this game is going to be confusing on where you have to go because I make you explore. I'm not telling you where to go. There is a map. It does show you kind of where you're going. You've seen the space I've been. I've been through 33.36% of the second floor and 14.5% of the other floor. I don't have to get all the items. That kind of helps too. Less backtracking required. Oh, somebody swapped my earbuds real fast. They're saying battery low and it's irritating. They have about like an 8 to 9 hour life on them, but the problem is I was wearing them before the stream. Which then leads to the problem of they wear out. With like an hour or two left in the stream. Sometimes longer, depending upon how long the stream is, but I don't think I'm going to be doing a huge long stream tonight. I mean, I'll probably cap it at closer to 8 hours instead of 10. Yeah, that's helpful. At least you know where you've been and where you haven't been. And it does actually reveal, like, you know, where bosses were and where save points were and things like that. I just haven't added them to this floor yet. Not really. I like the tracks. I also enjoy the game a fair amount, so. So for some reason it hasn't switched to these earbuds. Why? Are you not in here completely? You're not shut off? He's dead? Okay, that can I do. Like, I like this track a fair amount. It just gives you a wandering feel. I like that. I admit that I want to put more tracks in this thing because I don't want to hear one track the whole time. It's just that I haven't actually added in any music for this area because, well, this area is at like 40% done and not... Yeah, like... As soon as I get to working on it, it'll get done pretty fast. A lot of it's just how quickly can I think of ideas for each room. I need this key. I'll break this because I just like breaking things. Jump up here. Push button to lower the water out there. Terrible of me to make that jump. Not that good. There's actually a lot of ways up here this way, but I often go up this way. Of course, then I fail it like an idiot, but that's okay. That's okay. Oh no, I'm so bad at my games. It's actually kind of hard to make that jump. Huh. Very hard. I believe I can make this jump. It's not supposed to be hard, but apparently is really difficult today. How did I botch this? I have a habit of making my own game look hard. Really hard, evidently. Come on. There we go. Jump back up there. You're just running off things. I'm just doing terrible. I may add an extra thing to get up there. We'll see, make it a little more interesting. Almost to the battle with Charlotte. Woohoo! Do 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 do. I don't even have enemies set to spawn in a lot of these rooms, so as you can see, it's enemies are just spawning like crazy in one room, and then they don't even spawn in the other rooms. The numbers are all over the place. And this is where you encounter Charlotte for the second time. Grab this key here. There's kind of a limited range on how far you're allowed to actually stop her at. My cube. I gotta get the collision better with this. I try to get these cubes through some of these areas. Very hard to get it through there. She is a ghost. She can just float through things, so, you know. Being on the other side of a building does not make you safe. Quite the contrary. She will kill you through the building. Gimme, gimme! She most certainly can come out of the building and attack you through that wall, by the way. And of course, run for it. I'm carrying a light, so it's kind of making it hard to do anything. Oh, she just bounced the thing. Oh no, I failed. Oh no. Feel bad at my own game. She's over there. Uh-oh. He's close. I threw it on the thing. Ha ha, sucker. Whee. My button. Yippee-ki-yay! Hello. What you doing? Stay over there. My button. Run for it! Run for it! She was down there. She was waiting. Oh, she has the best location too. You suck. See this way work? That's so weird. Ah, it's so hard to do. Ah, I would have died there. You can get out. Normally you don't have to worry about getting out because you'd be dead, so you just respawn. Terrifying. I left my cube over there too. Uh-oh, I gotta get a cube. Let's cube this way. I thought there was a cube this way. Okay. Someone there. Run for it! Run for it! That was close. Where you at? Over there. Okay. This room got a lot harder because I added all these buildings and everything in weird pathways and moved all the buttons around. The original version where it was just the concept, I was able to beat the concept, but holy crap, this one is so much harder. Can I just throw this down there? She's in a dangerous location for me. I want that light. But getting it through here is pretty challenging. I'm not just going to fix the collision, but until then. I got too close. I was too busy watching her. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Wrecked. To be fair, I did touch the save point there, so... I do have the pirate code key, so... Yeah, it's really hard without being able to get the cube through that area. And the water should still be far down there, so I can grab this cube. Hello. What you doing? I can also fail at a super jump! Yeah, you gotta sound like you're falling really far. It's just required. If you're gonna fall like an idiot, you gotta make it, you know, you gotta ham it up some. He is really quick, so... I want to run off with this cube, and I want to take it with me down there as much as possible. Put that one right there. The other button is over there, so I'll leave that light there. You gotta strategically place lights here or you'll die. Oh. That jump is possible. Yay! She's down low, so that's a problem. If she's too close, uh-oh. Oh no, I found so bad at my game! Oh no. I can cheat. I'll use the sun. It's just a temporary light. It's actually one of the older turtles, so it's actually really poorly designed. These are hard to walk on. I didn't realize how bad they were to walk on. I mean, I knew they'd be bad, but... Holy crap. Hey, not easy. Light right here. We're just gonna have a standoff here for a second while I get my light source going on here. How you doing, buddy? I need... no. Okay, I'm just bad. I have no other explanation than my lack of skill at this game. I think it's I get careless. What you doing? Pretty good? No. You also have to keep turning to look at her too, so there's that problem. She's very quick, so, you know. I almost jumped in a hole. I felt dumb there. So bad about game. Okay. I guess I made it. Hello. Hello? Hello. I want my Sandy back because I can't see where she's at terribly well. I know she's there, but... The other one's beyond her, so I have to get beyond her without getting caught. Hello. Okay, it is really hard to do that and keep an eye on her. I would just be dead so many times over at this point. The good news is you keep going back to doing this. You get to keep trying, but... You get to be really sad as you keep flubbing it up like an idiot and looking bad at the game. Hello. Like, I didn't bring a light with me, which means I would basically die down here, so I gotta go grab a light real fast. One up there. Hit the light quick. The hard room. It's actually one of the more fun rooms, as weird as that is. Maybe it's because it's new, and there's all these new things in it. I'm testing out to see what actually works and what doesn't. Actually, that reminds me. Let me fix the collision in Pirate Cove so that the cubes can pass through. Gotta make that fix. Alright, so now I just, with everything, all the buttons pushed, it's just got to get to the moon tower and hit the button to open the thing. I don't even want to go that way. That way sucks. The best way would be up above, probably. So I can just straight jump down there? Probably. I'm almost out of energy. Did that just bounce into the water? Oh good, it landed in the right location. Perfect. I guess to be fair, there's plenty of locations. Yeah, now you have to open this up and that's where you get the moon tarot. He's watching. Yeah, this is one of the funner rooms. The original Charlotte room was okay, but this one's... That one was just okay. Like, it had its moments, but this one's way more fun. Yeah, armed with that, you would just simply run in there and grab the thing, which I guess I don't have it unlocked. That's interesting. I should have it unlocked, but I guess I don't. Question mark? That's weird. Something's wrong with them again. And you would just get out. You're back. Ha 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 ha. Thus winning the game. Well, the game against Charlotte anyway. I don't need you anymore. Wee. Go jump in the hole. Oh god, I'm so bad at milking. To be fair, the best strategy would actually be to just kill yourself to go back to the other location. It really would be, but because that option's not there since I'm cheating. The double-edged sword it is. I mean, I could just run into Charlotte and that would do it. I could also just die from sanity loss too, that would also do it. Yippee-ki-yay! But you know where she's at? Doesn't matter, I can leave the room. And that's how the battle against Charlotte would go. And I have this key, so I could actually just exit out this way, you know, like a normal person. And this would begin the process of the real secret garden. Not that garbage you just saw where I ran across the top. Oh no! The real secret garden is very different than you think it is. Because it goes down. A lot. Leading to probably one of the most obnoxious things possible. Air dash and shoot. Get some sanity back. Quick. Glowy mushrooms are good. Do not question glowy mushroom. And now at the moon you can get through here. Into the first of the areas here. This is how you're going to eventually become immune to water. So keep in mind that the water would be lethal at this point. I'm just cheating, so it's not lethal, but... just to make this obnoxious. Alright. So then, the plan of this area is real simple. Get the key, get out. There you go. That's neat. There's a key right here, not a problem. Sure, you can even see the... Oh wait, there's rooms down there. Hey, wait a minute. There's another key over there. How am I supposed to get that? Oh no. And a pipe? Uh-oh. Do not worry, because you'll be back. You will be back. Also, now I can actually check which key I got. Before there was no option to keep track of it. Now you can see the garden pump room key, which I guess I didn't. I actually got one over here, so. The one was right over by Charlotte. So now, I can no longer forget which keys I've gotten. It gets hard to remember after a while because there's, you know, I'm probably already, I don't know, 50 keys in the game? At least. Kind of a lot. Neat. Well, I gotta go get below the water again. I hope everyone's paying attention to the exact order of doing things, you know, just in case. I guess these tarot cards don't have a do I get... Oh, okay, let me make a note of that. So it's... tarot cards. No longer vanish if Poppet has them. That's because I swapped out to a new blueprint for them and I didn't add that. Alright. They're still Tinker paintings too. I didn't bother to unlock them because I don't have the right game mode enabled, so it causes issues if I jump in one. They're here. That reminds me, does paintings unlock? I don't think they do. Yeah. So, paintings don't show up as an unlocked collectible. We hope you're paying attention. There's so many secrets that I haven't bothered to get. Such as down here. There's actually going to be a secret down there in case you're paying attention. But instead we're going in garden pump room 2. There's no key in there. This should look familiar. What's up here? Fair enough. Bulkhead key, yay! Push the button. Hope you paid attention. I actually don't remember where all the keys are in this particular chapter because I keep moving them. I've never actually beaten some of these areas before. The bulkhead was already unlocked anyway, but now there's just a quick key back, I guess. And that means that this room does not have... It's not been gamified or nothing. It's just... I don't even know what to put in the bulkhead yet. This whole room is kind of a I don't know plan. There's a light higher up though, so at least there's that going for me. But I have double jump. What am I doing? Yeah, the clocks count as lights. Is he doing her thing and blinking? She jiggles too. Jiggle? Because I'm a proper animator, okay? I take pride in my work. Here we enter the brig, where the skeletons are watching. I might remove all the blood, because they're not as exciting with the blood. Like, they don't feel as, theme parky and fun. I don't think this key's even supposed to be. I think I put it in as an extra. Sally's treasure. Yeah, it's not even supposed to be here. This is where you would get the devil. That's right, the devil's been put in prison. This is where you currently meet Don Fluffles, who may or may not get a name change. I don't know. I put his key right here so you can open the way to talk to him. Otherwise, you're supposed to go find it. You can let him out of his prison. Oh, I had it open. And now it does a story thing for him. Do you not have a story? Okay. Well, sure. Well, that's good. Don Fluffles story doesn't work. That's sad. She tries to talk to him. He's like, nope. Get wrecked, loser. Very sad. Might be unbeatable because of that. Yay! Woo! Yippee! So I have which keys now? Good question. Maybe it's not beatable anymore. I need Garden Pump Room 3. Where is that even at? Oh, I know. I'm dumb. Of course, I know exactly where that key is. Air dashing is shooting. I may just put pure gibberish in there. What she says. I kind of want to put story things in there, but I don't know if I care anymore about doing that for the first thing. Maybe. Oh, it's debatable. I can go either way with it. To the underworld! Yay! Get my sanity back. Now for part 2. There's actually a part 3 as well, where you go down to another level below this one for one last stab of being the most obnoxious platforming possible. And don't worry, you'll never have to worry about water again if you can beat this section. All this is to get immunity to water. I figure it's only fair that I make water as obnoxious as possible one last time before making you immune to it and not being able to use it anymore. And then being forced to use something like oil instead or something. I have to come up with whatever I can to make for, you know, instant death thingies. You know? Instant death. That may just force it to respawn. It's kind of like water and bloodstains. You really hate it when you fell in it. Except for in this game, it just sends you back. You don't suffer health loss or anything. I could make you suffer health loss. It's possible. Maybe I should do that. Can I do this? Or not? Come on. Health loss instead of instant death and hitting water? I put a question mark whenever I'm not sure I'm gonna do something. It might actually be better though. It is really punishing if you, like, your foot taps the water and you just die. But the big problem is unless it's a huge amount of damage, Poppet could heal her way through it. She has a lot of healing options, so some of them would be strong enough to keep her busy, like in the darkness, that she could probably get really far into it, if not just completely through it. I don't want her to be able to get through the things. I want to see. There's certain balancing acts that I'm going to have to worry about. I think sanity is going to be the worst one, because sanity is, the more I give her, the harder it is to really keep her out of places. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep him in the game, but I left Mini Pop over here, which is a miniature version of Poppet. She's adorable looking. Let me just look at her. Look how adorable looking she is. Also, her hair is huge. She's just tiny and adorable. how everyone else sees Poppet. That was originally going to be, like Voodoo was originally going to summon a Voodoo Doll of You and attack it. But the mechanics never played out well. It was always awful, so I took it out. I think I spent like 3 months trying to make it work. It was just the worst thing ever. I was very sad with it. I didn't want to take it out. I didn't want to have her like be a character that stayed around afterwards, but I just couldn't find a way to make it not the worst thing I'd ever played in my life. And so it got taken out. Sometimes you gotta do that. You just gotta take out those abilities that are just trash. Not I mean those mechanics that are trash. Sometimes the high keys in those. I don't know if I hit key in that one or not, but and the final button for this area. Yay! Bonk. You could go up by going through the bulkhead, taking the stairs up, and then going out the other secret garden door if you want. It's probably not faster, but there's a way you could go that would probably be less dangerous. Actually, this one's got to be faster by a little bit. A little bit. Yippee-ki-yay! Now you can just run around down here because there's no water. You're just free to go around wherever you want. Yay! There's actually a secret through the rocks too if you're sneaky enough to find it. But we'll leave that out for now. Oh, I had them unequipped. You know what? Thinking about it as I'm playing this. Indicator in the tarot menu to show which is currently equipped. Helpful. Now for the final section of this obnoxious area. And technically it's not the secret garden that's obnoxious, it's the underworld that's obnoxious. But they're a combination. I just treat them as one giant room, but they're not effectively not the same room. Because they have different spawns. Oh, well thanks for the support, Server Traps. How's it going? I appreciate all the support. Really just people showing up and hanging out. If they did nothing else than show up and hang out, I'm happy. After all, playing with dolls alone is not anywhere near as fun. This was a bad jump there. Can I make this jump normally? That's a hard jump. Guess I could zoom in and try to do this a little easier. That's hard. I might have to play with the camera a bit here because it's kind of hard to see and it's easy to hit the ceiling, and if you double jump you're screwed, so never double jump. This room's gonna be so hard. This might be a rage room. I can see it now, it's pure rage. That's okay. Because, you know, the occasional rage room is fine. I might need to raise the ceiling a tiny bit or something, or lower the floor a tiny bit in this room. I missed that. I would have died there too. This room is, yeah. We'll just change how this room plays out. Because it's so hard to make those jumps. How many times have I fallen here? I mean, holy crap. I need patience is my problem. Gotta keep in mind I'm also running out of sanity, so there's never any true amount of patience in this game. You have to run. I can't really stress how much that becomes a problem until you've tested the game yourself and you'll understand. Like, sure, once I'm at a light, I'm safe, but otherwise you don't get to... There's not a lot of stop. You really are under the gun pretty much the whole time. Thankfully, there's no enemies in here, so... You can at least stand by a light and be safe. That is not true in other rooms. So you can only do that in certain rooms. Typically puzzle rooms. I'm not that big of an ogre. If you're gonna have to deal with this annoying puzzle, you are safe to... You know... not get attacked for a little while. Just don't get used to it. Yeah. And grow at a distance, save a little sanity. Though it's not that far of a trip. I was trying to be a little nice. It is possible to do this. I've done this without actually falling. It is hard, but you just got to be careful and time your jumps well. Take your time. You also have double jump, so you can cheat as long as you don't touch that water. You can fake water skip. Yay! Let's see if this button works this time. I guess to be fair, people have watched me play games for a bunch of time because I play my own game all the time. That's so true. But at least unlike the other games where, you know, I would have a... like, compete against other people playing those games. Ain't nobody can play my game besides me at the moment. Ha ha ha. So this is unique. Yes. Until it isn't. But you know. You can see all the testing along the way. See all the mistakes. All the dumb things that happen. All the ideas as they're made. Some of the ideas as they're thrown out because they were terrible. Important things to do. Throw out the bad ideas. I need some big streamers. I'll be like, can I touch your game? I'll be like, yes. Yes. Oh, wait, it's not open. Why aren't you open? No. It did not open. On the list. Emperor capsule didn't open. I pushed the button. We all saw it. I'm gonna run over and push the button again. I'm obviously just gonna cheat my way through it because I would have had the Emperor, right? Yeah, once you have the Emperor, you can just run through the water. So getting out's a joke. You just get to run through the water, you know, like a champion. I'll probably put a secret out here too, so there's a reason to run through the water. It's on. That's why it has little lights to indicate that it's on. Nope. Huh. Anyway, you get the Emperor and then you'd run out through the water like, you know, a cool kid. Free to go wherever. And then from that point on, the water is no longer a threat. And you gain the most important ability. Essentially the ability to swim, because, you know, you're gonna need it. Oh, it's already open. We can't stop here, it's backcountry. Oh, actually, there's a light source here. Why am I not just grabbing it? What are you doing down here, buddy? How you doing? Pretty good? It's hitting me. Why is it hitting me? I have questions. Why is that bug still happening? You got forgotten, didn't you? God damn it. He spawned in and touched the water as he was spawning. He shouldn't be able to spawn down here because the underworld's full of enemies that, you know, nothing spawns in the underworld. I know that's counterintuitive, but since the underworld is all jumping puzzles, it didn't really seem fair to make you fight down here. Especially not the bottom section. Holy crap. But my biggest regret in this game so far is that I can't put the Devil Tarot in the underworld. I'm just saying, it's a complete flavor fail, and I'm owning that. It makes me really sad. It just doesn't work, and there's no other area that would basically fit for it. So I put the devil in prison. I hope that's enough of a compromise for people. We'll see, though. Alright. Well, now armed with the glory that is the Emperor, which should have been able to be gotten out of there, but this area is broken in many ways. Have I picked up any money? Nothing here drops any money. I guess I need to give him drops. That's fair. The Magician really is the most useful tarot. Stand on the mushroom. Jump the fireballs. Hide behind the mushroom. This room's super overtuned. Actually, there's a save point here anyway. I could just saved. Oh god, time to save. Quick! Saving does work, it's just that if I spawn back in, it's going to put me in a random location. Ooh. It says I'm like an hour and 9 minutes into playing this particular map, so you can see how long this takes. And since I can jump in the water now, yay! I might put a secret under there too. Oh, I forgot now. There's one more part now, you see. That's cool. That's great. You can go through the water, but the water is low. You're gonna have to raise that water back up there, buddy. Right? Why would the water go up naturally? You pushed all the buttons to lower it. Ugh. Time to bring it back up. For the final water section of this, basically. At least this one you can't die on from the water. You can die from other things, but not the water. There'll be a lot more backtracking and everything too. I've also left out almost every secret room. Some rooms I haven't even tried to open yet. You also do not have to get the keys. You in fact have the keys. Congratulations. If there's actually a secret room over here, I don't even think there's a key in for this room yet. Yep. The secret viewing room key. I'm going back here. You guys stay over there, okay? Got you. I can enter to the back one of these. I don't think I've ever done that in history of the world. It's actually hard to do. There you go. I entered through it. Yay! Just because it's something new. It's really close to that thing there, so it's kind of hard to get at. And you push the button. Cheating and air dashing. Yeah. Apparently, I managed to bypass the H-load entirely by dashing like that. To be fair, there's, you know, this is a broken, unoptimized area, so All this so you can get to that room back there. There's no longer even a boss room, so that's good to know. I also bypassed this room. And now you can take the secret way out. Yeah, I kind of had the same music playing for almost every room in this area. I just never changed it. And it's just, that's the default music for if I didn't set a music. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's definitely a track I like a lot, but maybe not as much as I'm playing right now. You know, I'm just saying, like, I'm gonna put a few more tracks in here. So you can go underwater and you can just basically swim if you want now. You basically have unlimited skips across the water. Or just unlimited jumps while you're underwater. And the entire point of getting the Emperor was so you could do this. Do 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 do. Boing, 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 boing. Water hopping's fun. You get to this pipe. There's no other way to get into that pipe. You really just need the Emperor to do it. This room has not been finished yet, obviously. Probably because there's going to be one thing that changed it. But they give you the keys anyway. Here's the key. Central control. Yay! I don't think I changed the name. Oh no! Can I even get through this door? I most certainly can. Hell yes. Paint hasn't even produced light, huh? This does though, right? No. Go to a light real quick then. Run to a light quick! Something's wrong with those ones! No! Something's wrong with that one too! Damn it! Oh, we're in the areas that aren't finished, so you know. I probably didn't change the name on all the lights in that room because I changed the name of the captain's quarters. Let's see, painting lights don't work. Lights, captain's quarters don't work. Lights in Sally's room don't work. I don't want to call it Sally's room because it's not actually a room she's even in. So I just need a better name for it, but until I get a better name. Well, the good news is... Wait, is there good news? Actually, there was exactly zero good news. But the smart way to go would have been down this way, by the way. I should have just cheated and used an item to get by that, but I didn't. Actually, I had counters in the light right here, so these lights work. It was just those didn't work. Should have ran over a little, few steps over, huh? Could have been the chosen one. Instead was not. Actually, the lights in these walls might work too, for that matter. I might have just been dumb. I was just dumb. I could have read that. I don't think the broken compass key is even in here, is it? I do have it. Hell yeah! I use this as a battle room. I already have the key from here, so. Yeah, I think the key was already in here, so I already have it. I don't think I can put keys in here for this area yet. Yep. No ship's pantry key even exists. Wait, what are you doing here? Good. Can't put any keys in here, so it's just I can open this one if I want. Maybe can I? Got that key. Is that the broken compass? So I can unlock all these doors. Yay! You get the Don Fluffles key here, then you go unlock it, and then he gives you the Sally's treasure room key, I believe. Not gonna lie, I was pretty much living it up with that music. It made me happy. I'm really tired of this music because it's been playing for like an hour because I just haven't added anything else, so I need to remember to do that. But to be fair, actually, I was working on the lyrics and it for the demo for Epic, not this crap. This is not for the demo for Epic. This would be well beyond the demo. Where we start to get more fun abilities. In Sally's treasure room. Where you would in fact get Sally's key. Or she get the pirate graveyard key. The treasure room has the wrong name, I guess. Sure. There's also where you get the High Priestess. Yay, High Priestess! Let's see. In the treasure room. And you get the High Priestess, and you can go find some stuff. Yay! High Priestess will be pretty much the ultimate backtracking one, where you have to go backtrack to find all the cool stuff, because this is what it does, it reveals secrets, so. And that would get you to the final room in the chapter. Skipping all the optional rooms, of course. Can I put the key here just in case you want to go to the third chapter? That's no fun. Sally's a broken mess, so you can at least see her. You're gonna spawn in, right? Well, maybe you can see her. Maybe she just doesn't want to spawn in. She's like, nah, don't wanna. Well, that's awkward. She's supposed to spawn in. The barriers are there. Where you at, Sally? Are you in the pool? There she is. Don't jump in the pool, Sally, so they can see you. She got way too many particles, apparently. I don't understand why she has so many particles and how she can just fly, but... Can't really see her very well. Already had that equipped, oops. She has the boss's abilities from the first chapter, which aren't designed for this area, and she's looking for things that don't exist, so she just kind of teleports places she shouldn't. Which causes her basically to vanish a lot of times, and then she just can't be beaten. She's gone. She's like a pirate doll. Trying to catch her in the picture, but... Yeah, anyway. You'd fight Sally, and that would be like the end of the thing that you get the key, and then you go to Toy City, and that would be that. Of course, I just get some things. But yeah, that's the gist of the second chapter. Get an idea of what I have and why I say it's like a 40% chapter, because there's so many bugs, so many things are missing, nothing is optimized. It runs basically like hot garbage, you know. Everything you'd expect, really. Ooh. But that's going to the gist of things. Yeah, I'll probably go like another 16 minutes or so, get to the 8-hour thing, and then I'll call it or something along those lines. I can fix some of these bugs though. Why does Don Fluffles spawn here? He shouldn't. Did I copy paste him spawning here? Is that a thing? Yeah, I might work on most of the stuff that's for later chapters on, you know, during the stream, and then on the days off, I'll do the boring crap that no one wants to see. Mostly the inputting all the text for item descriptions and stuff like that. If I have time for all that. Some I might have to do on stream anyway, but I'll at least write all the stuff off stream so I can save guys and everyone that, because that doesn't sound fun at all. Why is that person listed as likely spammer? Weird. Someone joined the Discord and then it lists them as a likely spammer. I'm like, but how? Well, why? All they did was show up in Wave High. It doesn't seem like a spammer. It's like when someone sends me a message and says they have to send me someone else because they're banned on Discord. It's like, but why are you banned on Discord? You gotta do something dumb to get banned on Discord. I do not know why Don Fluffle spawned there. I am very confused that he did that. Does he always spawn there? Is that just some weird flub up? The most important thing is you can actually turn these on and off now. Test, guys. Not these yet, though, but... Something else could have screwed it up. I fixed one thing on it. Located in a room that doesn't even exist anymore. Oops. Let me double check that I... I need a ship name for this because I don't want to keep this one called Sally's Room. It's a terrible name for it. I'm gonna save the Tinker painting one for tomorrow. I have a bunch of things to fix. That's an actual important one to fix for the demo too, so I should fix those lights. Why didn't the Emperor Tarot capsule open? Pretty certain there's no spaces in here and like that messes stuff up. I'm trying to find the corners of the map room thingy so I can click them. Or the room info. That's the pump room, but where is corners of the underworld? Way far away. It looks like it's fine. Interesting this did not work. Everything has been set, so in theory, just why? I'd have to just, whatever, I'm not going to disable the puzzle, I just want to click the button. Now it's open. Well, if it comes up again, I mean, I've moved things around and maybe I just need to shake them, right? When in doubt, shake it. What was up with Don Fluffle's story? Weird noise. Weird noise. Yeah. Like, why is it playing? I hear myself. I'm like, that's terrible. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Yeah, I'll look into this Don Fluffles thing, I guess, real quick. Then I'll probably call the stream for today. And then I'll just be back like tomorrow, 8 hours earlier, to do the usual shenanigans stuff. Well, it worked there. Yeah, I tested it before and it worked, but some of these bugs are just... I don't know. Thought that would take longer than that. That's probably the fix. I don't know if that matters, but it's one that was on the other one that's different. Now it should be identical to the other. Easy to check. I'll just drop in here, and if it's floating there, then it's not working. There you go. That fixes that. I'll unequip the star real fast to be certain that it actually also triggers off that, shows up, and if so, then it works. And then I will call it. Tomorrow will probably be a much longer stream, so I don't know how anyone wants to meet me today, so that could probably lead to me actually getting time to sleep more than a handful of hours. Means I'll probably be more energetic too. Yay! And there it is. Yay! Perfect. 10 out of 10. Maybe equip that on Poppet. No print for later. Just gonna save everything real quick. Alright. Move that from the list there. A lot of these actually be easy to fix. Most of the early ones were a problem, but some of them aren't even necessary to fix. They're just dumb little extra things that honestly don't matter that much. Anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna call it there. So, those who don't know, the game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, follow, subscribe, join the Discord. Wishlist on Steam. You can do that now. Just saying. Or don't. Either way, thanks for hanging out and watching. I'll be back tomorrow about 8 hours earlier, maybe 8 hours and 15 minutes earlier than now. Yeah. Catch you later, Levi. Thanks for hanging out as always. And as always, I'll send the YouTube people off to do whatever since I can't raid with you guys. One day, if I ever get 1,000 subs, I'll be able to raid you guys out to someone. But sadly, YouTube has locked that behind the 1,000 subs. Single tier. Yeah. So, bye-bye people on YouTube. We'll raid the Twitch people out somewhere. Oh, bye-bye.